AM time. Deliver 0 of 30 to unlock cutting shapes. Place an extractor on top of a circle shape to extract it. What if I don't want to put it on that one? Put it on that one. Connect the extractor with a conveyor belt. Okay, so factorial. Hold and drag. This is not an idle game. Build more extractors and belts to finish the goal quicker. Hold shift to place multiple extractors and use R to rotate them. Good. Doesn't look like I have resources or anything. Okay, there it goes. Next level. Be sure to get... You just unlocked the cutter, which cuts shapes in half from top to bottom, regardless of its orientation. Be sure to get rid of the waste, or otherwise it will clog and stall. For this purpose, I have given you the trash, which destroys everything you put into it. Oops. Cut a shape. Okay, so all in all, none of this fits. Huh. Okay. So do I just redo everything? Can I put them all together into one? Like, can I run multiple of them through here? Should have known madness would involve conveyor belts. Okay, okay, I can't merge them. Good to know. So we do that, that, that. Garbage. 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 Of course, the conveyor belt. This is already too organized. Start over. This is perfect. You'll need all those shapes. Better not destroy your existing factory. You'll need all those shapes later to unlock upgrades. Good. Belts, distributors, and tunnels. Okay. Now I need the bottom half of the circle. Yeah, music is loud on my end. Okay, that's much better. Deliver squares. Squares! Does that mean I still need circles? Should I keep collecting the circles? Does it care? Oops. This is fine. Oh. Oh, it goes in the direction I drag it. Okay. I'm collecting squares. What are these? What are you? I don't know what you are. But I'm putting you in a box. Oh, it won't go in. The multifunctional balancer has been unlocked. It can be used to build bigger factories by splitting and merging items onto multiple belts. Okay. Deliver half a square. Okay, okay. I have an idea. I'm gonna save space. The splitters. And I can deliver both sides because they're both the same. Oh, it only moves at a certain speed. The video is lagging, but the audio... I don't know what to do about that. OBS says it is very high power usage. It looks fine on OBS. Drop. Oh, bottom right, drop frames. 20%. How do I fix it? Maybe it's just my internet. Or maybe... I am seeing bitrate drops. Like, I look at the bitrate thing, and it shows, like, up and down bitrate drops. So, maybe the internet's just being wacky today. If so, I don't really think there's much I can do about it. It seems to be stable right now. But yeah, it looks like my brilliant plan does not work. Because it looks like the cutter only moves at one speed. The rotator has been unlocked. It rotates shapes clockwise. Okay. So, none of this works. What does it want now? It wants the top. It wants the top of the circle. Too bad, I'm fixing the squares. Oh no, I oopsed. Okay, never mind, I'll fix that later. So... I can turn the circles. And also turn this also means I can turn the trash side of the circle. Yeah, 6 p.m.'s pretty traffic loose. Okay. I dislike that I cannot turn something when it's still playing. So I can't just build over something. I have to debuild it. Good to know. So I would need to turn this 3 times to be able to use it. Yes, there we go. There is no garbage, only production. I'll probably do it this way. Yep. Yes, go my minion. The tunnel has been unlocked. You can now tunnel items below belts and buildings with it. Oh. Cut the cut pieces. Genius. I want that half. And put a spinny do on that. This other production line I'm not using. I wish I could flip the cutter horizontally. That one circle top's supposed to Don't worry about it. I'll fix it later. It's fine. It's fine. It's just a production line that just dumps everything in the trash. One could say one could say that it's a message on the modern economic system. Something is produced only to be intentionally thrown in the garbage without ever accomplishing anything. That's a splitter. What is this? Oh, that's the underground. I need this. I want this. It fills out the budget, and we gotta use the entire budget, or we can't lobby for a bigger budget next year. Honestly, F those circles. Circles. Make sure you know it's okay if it's supposed to. It's fine. It's all intentional. And if it's intentional, it's fine. Why is this stuck? Do both sides have to... Like, is this being stuck making this stuck? I would imagine it is. Yep. Yep, that was it. One being stuck makes the other stuck. Makes sense. I just needed to be sure that was how it worked. Have 1,000 shapes trashed. That sounds wasteful. Cat's on the lap. I am now a prisoner. What better place to be a prisoner than Twitch? Oh. The painter has been unlocked. Extract some color veins, just as you do with shapes, and combine it with a shape in the painter to color them. If you are colorblind, there is a colorblind mode in the settings. Oh, nice. So that's what the red gooblies are, and why I can't put them in the machine. This explains a lot. Okay, so it says I have to leave everything where it is. So, this... Does the paint go in the side? Paint goes in the side. This is not an ideal direction. Wait, cycle variance? Yes! Perfect! Ooh, this is funky. Music in this game is kind of bopping. Please go into the device. Oh, the painter is slow. Painter is very slow. Seriously, I really, really like this music. Go all the way around. Wait. I've got a smart. How far? Please stop doing that. Yes. Yes. Genius. There's a lot of extra circles, and I have no idea what to do with them. Wait. This means that I can feed multiple painters from one circle production. Genius. Genius. I'm glad I thought of it. I am the strategic mind of the century. Oops. No. Why does the painter take so long? It doesn't take that long to paint a flat surface. You grab the roller and go, and you're done. Like, come on. I can paint faster than these things, and I'm not automatic. This seems to be working a lot better. Can I also feed multiple painters from one production? For the paint? Imagine I can. I'm just not sure how I would accomplish it. Not when everything's squished together. Can you rotate paint? No, you cannot rotate paint. Which is mildly curious as to what rotating paint would do. Nothing, apparently. Actually, it looks like the production on this one is only just keeping up with the painter. So I guess every paint machine needs its own production. for paint. I cannot do that because it would just connect to this underground right here. I need fast belts for longer undergrounds. My factorial brain is showing. Perfect. It's still taking forever, but I've managed to fit 4 of them into a limited space. Now to remember what I was doing here. Let's just get rid of that. Oh. You have unlocked a variant of the rotator, allows you to rotate shapes counterclockwise. Aha! This changes everything. Is this connected to this? I assume it was. Frick. No, no, don't go in there. Oh. Oh, I messed it up. No. It was feeding wrong corners. Color mixing. I need to make blue rectangles. Where's blue? Blue. I don't see any. There's red. And there's green. I don't see a blue vein anywhere. There's more red. Nice. It's all the freaking way out here. Okay, game. I see how it is. Does it care that it's specifically the right side of the square? That's an underground, not a producer. Okay. So I didn't have let's cycle it twice. And then I need one of these for every painter. Oops. Gotta hold shift. Must remember to hold shift. But it doesn't work. So stick a painter here. Stick a painter there. Go underground. We can just combine them and then bring them home. Maybe I chose to use the wrong production of color lines for those two. But, oh well. Rotate twice. Paint one side, paint the other side. Perfect. No, you have to come out of there. There. $480. This is gonna take a minute. I had a thought. I had a thought. What if... What if... I cut it after. And then I don't have to use as much paint. I use half as much paint for the same number of squares. And I don't have as much garbage everywhere. Man, that should have been obvious, shouldn't it? That should have been obvious, shouldn't it? But you know, we live and learn. So I can clean this up significantly. I can also probably combine the outbounds because I could fit a lot more on these conveyor belts. Now, if only they weren't all facing different directions. You know, my determination to have the original outputs directly next to each other probably isn't helping my case either. Hmm. Well, I'll just keep building more stuff. What could possibly go wrong? When in doubt, just keep building more stuff and eventually the production will even out. I really need to clean this up a bit. Oh. The mixer has been unlocked. It mixes two colors using additive blending. Is this supposed to be yellow? Because that's like lime green. Like the way it's working things, that makes me feel like that's supposed to be yellow, but that is... No, it's using RGB. I don't like that. Red and green does not make yellow. Red and yellow makes green. Or not red and yellow. Red and yellow is orange. I dislike RGB. I dislike RGB a lot. Like, I vaguely understand it, but I don't like it. What is this? Oh, yeah. How the frick do I make that? Oh, this... What is this? Also squares. I need to continue making squares. You know, I wish this was bigger. It wouldn't need it to be bigger if you weren't stupid. Let's fix this at the source. Let's fix the whole issue at the source. There. That should help. And then I can make... A bunch of square production on one line in. There. Easy. Look at that solid line. You love to see it. You don't like to see that, but you love to see this. Probably do the same thing with red circles. They're coming from like wildly different angles. This is horrible. That's the wrong direction. Of course, I can't just build something over it. I have to delete it and place the new one. That is one really minor thing. No. No. That really annoys me. That is one really, really stupid minor thing that really annoys me. Okay, so how do you make purple? Please tell me purple's red and blue. Yes, yes, purple's red and blue. It shows that on the little... It's very helpful that it shows it on the little icon. As expected. Oh, it does still want the quarter of a circle. Good, good. I was starting to think that I was insane for leaving that there. The red and blue right next to each other would have been useful. Oh! Oh, that's just a shape. I need this. This game needs cars for long distance travel. There's blue here, red here, squares there. Where do I want to do this? What the heck is this? Like a fish. Fish shape. You know, I was thinking they were going to have me cut shapes apart and recombine them, but it looks more like they have shapes that are horrible abominations. Just naturally occurring in the world. Which is good to know. Sins against nature exist even in the shapes world. What does this look like? Okay, the color mixer... Okay. So I'll produce the colors here. I'll take them to the squares. No, to the circles. It wants purple circle. Lots of naturally occurring abominations, but never the one you really need. Yeah, normally I'm creating sins against nature, not trying to fix it. What a world we live in. Okay, that only moves at a certain speed. How can I get a bunch of these running in parallel? Say I want 4 of them running. Maybe I don't want to split it to begin with. Maybe I just want to run it as is into the machines. Upgrades available! Adding, rotating, and stacking speed. Extraction speed again. Now I need to make light blue pointy things. I got rid of my producing only the right side of the square line. I need to fix that. Okay, this will not work because I need room for the red. To enter. Nope. Let's clean up some space like that. Maybe we want it like this. Okay, I think that reaches properly. And now I need to bring the red down. Just... Stop turning randomly. I'm sure there's a way to do this. I'm fragging stupid. I'm fragging stupid. It's because I'm turning it that there's a problem. There's a problem because it turns. Don't ask what I'm doing. I know exactly what I'm doing. Yes, I figured it out. I cracked the code! I now have purple production. It only took me like, what, 20 minutes to figure out how to make purple in a seemly manner. Thank goodness, I just need normal circles in purple. Oh no, now I gotta figure out how to get it into the paint machine. Just make sure there's enough room for everyone to breathe. Because we have learned from experience, shapes need breathing room, even though shapes don't breathe. Probably this is a good place to do this. Okay, where was the base? The base was back there. Now I need to figure out how to get it in there. Probably in this hole. Here they come. Ain't it fun? Okay. I didn't really fully intend for the diagonal there, but watching the circles wiggle is strangely hypnotic. Wiggly, 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 wiggly. And it's still not a full belt. I think you need 5 painting machines to fill the belt. Maybe 6. Man discovers DNA colorized. Ooh, pretty colors. Okay. So this gives me time to figure out how to make some of this stuff. I need to start producing half a square again. So do that. And I need the right half. The right half of the square. If you select one of your buildings, it tells you how many a second it processes. So you can figure out ratios. Oh. Half an item per second. And this moves 3 items per second. So yeah, it can move 6 painted items. So 6 paint inputs onto one belt. Produces... So actually here where I'm splitting shapes, I only need 3 outputs. If you discount the machines that are built like an idiot. This produces 0.75 items a second. I'm not doing that math. That's hard. It's like 4. It produces 2 each, so maybe I only need 2 of these producing? Yeah, 2 is 1.5. 2 is 1.5, but they're splitting it. So if I just turn the other one, then I actually produce enough. I think that's correct. Woo! I did it! I did a math! I figured out a ratio! It's more than I've ever done in Factorio. Factorio, I just build lines and figure, yeah, that's probably enough. Almost made enough purple circles. Maybe that's magenta. It's a very light purple. Like pink. You have unlocked a merger variant of the balancer. It accepts 2 inputs and merges them into one belt. You know, that's how I've been using it this entire time. Oh, no. No, but what they're showing is not the same. It's sin. I don't appreciate that. Belts, distributors, and tunnels. I need the bottom half of a circle. Nope. I unbuilt it and rebuilt it exactly the same. There. There. Figured it out. I got it. It's kind of a Factorio clone. It's Factorio simplified down into, like, just shapes. And it doesn't really have, like, resources or anything. Except for, like, the shapes that you dump into the center box to get upgrades. So yeah, a very simplified Factorio clone that Rilo really wanted me to play because he wanted me to sin against organization because that's what I do. Yeah, I actually am Sam actually answered you. It's like a child of Factorio. It's got the same core concept, but it does things very differently. Also, it has really, really funky music tracks, and I'm loving it. What am I doing here? What are we outputting here? No, other direction. Other direction. Show me what you're making. Okay. This is correct. This is not. Eh. There. Freaking pop dog. I'm supposed to be producing a specific thing now. Wants teal. Like glowy sin teal. Do I have another spot that produces blue? There's stars here. I can make the teal out here and bring it into here. Oh no. I'm not gonna do the math on the extractor. I have no desire to do the math on the extractor. Yeah, I need enough to supply 6 paint machines. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. New upgrades available. Oh no, I do have to cut them apart and recombine them. No, I have to make a fish. A really ugly fish. Whose idea was this? I don't like it. So, I think I'm gonna need this. That first blue line is fine where it's at. The other ones have to come more to the left. Oh, no. Nope. Nope. Game doesn't like that. I flew too close to the sun with my placement of belts. Rilo. Kill him. In Minecraft. Please and thank you. Okay, I got the blue. Took a lot more thought power than it should have. This is probably... Thank you. I don't think I have enough room for all of the green to go in. I have run out of space. Don't worry about it. It is... I felt slightly, remorseful in asking you to do something anyway. Because it's not as if you weren't doing something. I need this one to be slightly further out. Actually, no, I don't. I just need room there. There. You know, that's a good question with the views bots. I don't think it's as common as one would think. There's definitely people out there with views bots, but I don't think bigger streamers mostly need it. Like, there are probably, like, scumbags out there that do that, but... I'm pretty sure views bots are against TOS, so I think most people with, like, a channel worth having tend to steer away from them just because the inherent danger in it. But it's definitely a thing that's out there because there's way too many bots on Twitch right now. It's actually kind of annoying when you're a smaller channel because a lot of the bots seem to target you. Yeah, unfortunately, I think it's more common with smaller to mid-sized channels, because when you're smaller, you kind of need the exposure to, like, get people to click on you. Whereas you're bigger, you already have, like, enough there that it's not worth the risk. But I have no doubt that they're out there. Sick. Yeah, that's kind of... I think for the most part, Twitch doesn't care that much about it. Especially in the situation where it is good for them. Because you see a lot of, like, Twitch failing to moderate something because it's gonna make them money. Which is really unfortunate, but... not much I can do about it. Besides, you know, complain. And complain I shall. Because it annoys me. And they certainly don't seem too intent on doing anything about the bot problem in general. Though I do feel like those channels that have hundreds of viewers and no, chat shows about how much good it's doing for them. I just completely failed to draw a straight line there. Shows you my miraculous art skills. Here's the new merger thing. So we can do this. Probably just place all the mergers at once. I'm dumb. It's just unfortunate to see, like, how many people are less inclined to the community side of Twitch and more inclined to, like, try and chase views and stuff. Like, I have nothing against anybody who's trying to succeed on Twitch or anything like that. Because for a lot of people, that is kind of just the dream, to be able to, like, do something like this as a job. But I think that that's kind of something that has to come naturally from trying to do something you enjoy. And, like, building a community that you like. It's like, I've been doing this for a little bit, and initially it was just me, like, streaming it because why not? But, like, I've had enough people show up and chat that I realized that realistically I just want somebody to talk to while I play games. So as long as people show up and chat, I'm very pleased with it. Especially because I like to just yammer. What was the word that I keep hearing recently? Yap. Yappium. Because I like to just yap as I play games, especially because it helps me think to speak out loud. What else do I need to produce now? I feel like I can't produce these yet because I don't... Maybe I can. Well, I can come close. I don't think I can recombine. I think that's what this locked thing is. Because for the longest time with games, I had a really distinct habit of narrating what I was doing to myself because it would help me work through what's going on in a story. And it's a habit I got out of when I started playing games on Discord. Because I didn't want to bother the other people in the Discord with my endless stream of inane thoughts. But when I stream on Twitch, I feel no such compunctions, so... I will endlessly bother you with my endless stream of inane thoughts. I don't think I can make any of this stuff. So it's like... circles and bottom halves of circles are not ticking up. I guess I'm not producing circles. Why? And, okay, it is ticking up. It's just very slowly because it wants thousands of them. Yeah, same. I just like hearing people talk while I'm playing games. Like, the types of streamers I look up to are people who just talk, like Batara and Giga. They just talk. Pirate Software. He just talks. He usually actually has something intelligent to say, though. He's got at least 2 brain cells to rub together. Me? Ooh. That's actually surprising. I mean, like... orcs can put a lot of models on the table, but... oh, this is the recombiner. Tell me everything. How did the orcs destroy the Grey Knights? I must have this knowledge. The oh no sad panda. Why is... I feel like the painters are running slower than normal. 1, 2, 3. No, this is normal. Oh, I know what it is. Hey, I feel like Orcs versus Grey Knights isn't a bad matchup for the Grey Knights. Especially because the Orcs just want to close them. Yeah, their teleportability is really cool. It is unfortunate how limited it is. Yeah, I guess it would do that to you if you don't have, like, really good cloud-clearing weapons. Just, like, the sheer mass of models on the field is just gonna wreck you. I need to expand my production of teal stars. It is really hard when someone does a swing list, which is to say when someone plays, like, really heavily into one thing, and you're not prepared for that. Like, a common thing that's frowned upon in 40k is to just do, like, all vehicle lists. Because it's difficult to deal with it. Like, if I play my guardsmen... It can be really hard for someone else to win if I just run a bunch of tanks. And with an army like Orcs that just has a lot of, like, really good swarm units, yeah, I could probably brutalize somebody. Which I guess is something that just kind of needs to be understood on both sides. So that, like, because I think it comes down to the player to, like, have the forethought to build balanced lists. Not just for their own sake of having, like, a variety of things, but for the other person's sake of having, like, of not creating a situation where the other person can't really do anything. Which is easier said than done. I have no idea how I'm gonna do this. It can be hard to build a list where you don't just body somebody accidentally. Wait, seriously? Orcs can fit that much? I have to look at this math. I have to look at this math. Like, that doesn't feel right. Like, to be fair, if you look at the, you look at the box set for the Grey Knights. Brotherhood, Librarian, Strike Squad, Terminator Squad. Yeah, if you, yeah, that's 445 points. And that's, like, nothing. And then Xenos Orcs. Regular War Boss. Yeah, the boxed set for the Grey Knights is actually more like 650 points. And I think that's probably why it's like that. Because at the end of the day, 40k is really not balanced for Def Cop doesn't a Def Dread. For the 500 point game. It's balanced around the 2000 point game because it expects all of the very different armies to kind of even out at that scale. But, like, at a very small scale, it can really be hard for stuff to even out. Dude, you were both, like, 50 points under. Like, this is so close costed, and he just swarmed you. He just swarmed you. 20 frickin' boys. Like, I think there's armies that could take that fight, even with the numbers disadvantage. But not easily. Yeah, I could see why you got bodied. That's insane. Oh, they're two back, not one. Yeah, even a losing game can still be a fun time. Like, at the end of the day, it's just, like, about sitting down at the table with your bros and just having a good day. Like, at our local game store, one of the players is an AdMech player, and AdMech is just really bad right now, and the guy still has a ball, because he's just having a good time. Yeah, like, I try to avoid doing certain weird stuff that's just gonna body people, especially if they're newer players. Because if it's someone's first time, I don't want them to get knocked off the table and not, like, get to play the game. Because I want them to come back tomorrow and play again. I want someone new to be there at the shop when I come to play a game and see a new face and be like, that person's in the game because I helped them out. And it's a good feeling. But at the same time, like, I think most people who play the game aren't super worried about winning. Which I think is for the best. Because 40K was very much originally like a narrative game. Like, one of the game modes in 40K is still the narrative campaign. I'm just sitting here staring at this like I don't know what to do. I don't know how to expand on this production. I made this really specifically like this. Now I don't know. Which the narrative campaign is just like, it's intended to be like telling an extended story. Sam, no. Personally, I do really like the narrative campaigns and 40K as a narrative game. My painter approach is so much different years. That is a crazy thing with games like this, is just like realizing you can just have a wholly different approach to something. Okay, I think this is outputting enough that I can have 3 of the mixers power all of these. Because my brother has a custom Space Marine chapter, and part of their standing lore is that they really hate Eldar. And guess whose fault it is that they canonically really hate Eldar? Would you believe it's the fault of the person who primarily plays Eldar? So I can make four of these. I can combine them for travel. Bring them down. Other direction. Come on. Go. Go, go, go. Because I didn't realize early on in 10th edition, I had heard stories that, you know, Eldar's really overpowered right now. Diddle-a-doo. I didn't realize how bad it was with some of the models. Specifically, with certain models, I really like playing. So, sure enough, I managed to successfully... Because we played a three-way game. My brother was playing Chaos Space Marines. His friend that we were trying to get into the game was playing Space Marines, my brother's Space Marines. My brother has a lot of Space Marines because he's got Space Marines, he's got Chaos Space Marines, he's got Grey Knights. It's all Space Marines all the way down. I never realized how similar all of his armies are. And yeah, they shot at each other a little bit, and then after I actually got into the fight, they just started fighting me because I just started bodying them. Shifter control, it'll give you a different way of laying down your conveyors? What the f- Oh! Oh! I don't like that. I do like that, but I don't like that. I want to do this painter. No, not the combiner, the painter. So, suffice it to say, they had a few experiences of just getting absolutely battered by Eldar Wraithguard before we realized I should probably not be using that model until it gets nerfed. Because it's one thing to, like, play a model and, like, the game is just for fun. And it's another thing when you play a model and just kick someone off of the table. I have this built in the dumbest way. How do I want this done? I think I want it like that. And I think I want 2 more painters. It was just a very serious feels bad man moment for them to just have both of them just kind of shot off the board. Like, if you're fighting 1-to-1 and you get shot off the board, it's one thing. When you shoot 2 enemy armies of equal size off the board, then questions begin to be asked. So, like, did you cheat? What did you do? Why did this happen? And the answer is, I don't know. I really did not know. I did not realize the model was, as terrifically broken at the time as it was. It's still a little bit questionable, but not as much as it used to be. It has been very significantly reworked. I want you there. I want you there. No, no, go in. Go in the hole. Oh. I need undergrounds. I did not think this through. In all honesty, I like it when someone else's introduction to 40k can kind of mirror mine, because I had a very good introduction to 40k from someone who was very willing to lose to a new player, which I think is good. And I don't mean, like, just, oh, just let them win, just let them win. No, not like that. I mean, like, be willing to play on their level and not, like, intentionally use really high-level strats. Still give it a good shot, but not do something that's going to just body someone who doesn't quite know how to play the game yet. This is fricked. This is super fricked. What am I doing? You always want to make sure everybody in the game is enjoying themselves. I don't think that an experienced player should just, like, stop enjoying the game to let a new player win. But they should be willing to give the new player room to learn without worrying that they're gonna just, like, get slammed super hard. Because I think they're, especially on, like, the tournament circuit side of things, there's too many people who are too worried about, like, competitive meta for a game that I don't think is very good for competitive meta. Like, GW sure tries, but man, are they not that great at it. This is horrible. What I am building is an abomination. What the fork? Wait, does this make it all the way to that? Yes, it does! But I land. I don't think anybody... I don't think... I can't say I don't think anybody minds losing. I don't think a majority of, like, players who get into 40k, like, super mind losing. Because I think a lot of people who get into 40k, like, realize the nature of the game. And they're into it for a different reason than, like, the competitive circuit side of things usually is. And I think that's good. But I always feel like, especially with, like, newer players, it's best to give them room to, like, look at the game and figure stuff out without being, like, concerned that they won't fully get to play the game. Which I don't think is super big of a concern in 40k. I think 40k is pretty good about, yeah, that's actually the good thing about playing against a better player, I think. Like, because a better player who If instead of, like, focusing on, like, mashing you into the ground, they focus on, like, trying to help you learn how your army works and how the game works. Like, just taking the time to, like, explain how the game works and show you things you can do with your army is going to help you do a lot better to begin with. But then on top of that, you're gonna have a situation where... Where was I going? Ah, there's a ladybug! Freaking building's full of ladybugs. They're everywhere. Yeah, like I learned 40k from an experienced player, and he gave me room to, like, learn the game. He explained stuff I didn't understand. He even, like, because it was someone else, like, his main army was Eldar, and I was buying into Eldar at the time. He showed me, like, the mechanics of how Eldar worked, and, like, things I could do with my Eldar to, like, do well. Like, he didn't show me anything, like, super crazy or insane. He just showed me neat tricks that are, like, the core of how you play this army, and if you do this, it'll help you do just a little bit better. So I think it can actually be really helpful just to, like, play your first or one of your first games against someone else who has played your army. Because then they can tell you, like, how that army works, because they've been there, they've done it, they don't need underground. I need green circles. Stomach is very not pleased with me. But yeah, I think the most important part to someone new getting into the game is just, like, the person you're playing with being someone who's willing to help you learn the game rather than just beat you over the head with advanced rules you don't fully understand. Because 40k does have, like, that competitive circuit and people who like the competitive side of things. And there's nothing wrong with competitive play and people who enjoy competitive play. But there's always this mentality that I see from people who are, like, super into the competitive side of things, that they always seem to think that, you always need to go, like, maximum degree, and that people are only going to learn if you bash them over the head until they get better, which tends not to be the case. If you just... Because you'll see firsthand that, like, in a lot of games, even if you're not super worried about winning, I think this applies least to 40k, because I think 40k is very much not a game about winning. Most people are really in it for the creativity and the narrative play. But on the side of, like, competitive games, if you play against someone and they're just so far beyond you in skill that you can't see what you did wrong to end up losing, it's going to be discouraging, because you don't know what to do to fill that gap. Nor what you would do in a future attempt to win. And I find it discouraging when I look online and see, like, people in competitive games who just, like, don't understand that, yeah, players should play against players that are better than them, but if they play against a player that's too much better than them, they won't be able to learn to do better. Because you want to play against someone who's better than you to get better. But if it's going too far, you can't see where you went wrong or where you can do better. And if you're consistently playing against people who are just that much better than you, then you're just going to consistently be in a situation where you don't feel like you're improving because the gap's just that big. You may be infinitely better than you were before, but you can't tell. Sorry, I'm just rambling about a pet peeve with the online community with competitive games. And it realistically has very little to do with 40K because, as I've said, 40K has a very limited competitive scene. I think it's always more interesting to see an interesting story play out on the tabletop. Because sometimes, as they say, the dice tell stories. Like, one of my favorites. Paint's not connected. One of my favorites is one of my earliest games teaching my brother how to play the game. But he was playing Chaos, and one of his Death Guard Plague Marines was the last guy defending a point he was in control of. And I was throwing everything at him. I had a bunch of big models coming for him. Like, there was a Wraith Lord and a I can't remember the name of it, but the Eldar have the incarnation. Yeah, Incarn. The Incarn of their death god. The story of my first game was a bunch of Grey Knights suffocating under a pile of orc body. I imagine they must have taken at least a few of those orcs with them, because Grey Knights do have a really good melee profile. Like, some of those orcs must have suffered for their victory. Still remember when you 1v2 or 1v3'd me in that one game because the dice wouldn't let you lose. Frick! Was that one of the, was that with one of the early drafts of UDS? I think that was with, like, the original draft of UDS, right? Yeah. And so much of that game was just basically us telling a ridiculous story with it. Because it was one hell of an event. Yeah, my brother was just barely breaking even in points against me. He had this one point and he needed to keep the point to be able to break even and tie up the game. And all he had on it was this. Well, he originally had a unit of Plague Marines, but I had 2 big models charge in. First, the Eldar have an avatar of a death god, the Incarn, and a walking death machine called a Wraith Lord, and I just had both of those charge in. Just full melee combo with these guys. And all but one of them died. Like, the Incarn took out the majority of the squad, and then the Wraith Lord, just this big frick-off dude, just starts wailing on him, and he just does not die. He's making every save, like, it just won't die. That ended up being our first ever tie game because of that. Because he lost a different point, but he failed to keep that point. It was the hell of a good game. Especially because that was also the game where he had Mortarion on the field. And I had a Wraith Knight on the field. As well as my Incarn. Like, there was a lot of really big stuff on the board for that game. It was... Oh, it was a hell of a setup. There was also a meme game that I played against our new Tau player. Because it was like, I want to try going up against the Astra Militarum player. And I'm like, you know, I have Imperial Guard in my car. I could fight you with Astra Militarum instead of waiting for him. And then something clicked in my brain. I'm like, you know, I have a Baneblade. A Baneblade has variants that are under 500 points. If I field a Baneblade and a Commissar, that is legally a combat patrol legal army. I'm like, do you want to fight a single Baneblade? And he said yes. And it was very, like, by the skin of the teeth. Because he got some lucky rolls that took big chunks out of the Baneblade's health that just slowed it down. Because he just had... Turn 1, the Baneblade just turns and evaporates an entire unit of Tau. And he just slowly closes in, like, trying to find good cover. To try and not get eviscerated by the 80+ guns on the freaking thing. So he's just closing in, chipping away at it. He gets some good shots in the second round that really, like, chunk it for most of its health. By the end of the third round, the Baneblade has a single wound left. But he's down to just shooting at it with infantry because I've killed his, like, big mech thing. And it's just this game of me hoping I make all of the saves against the piddly Tau chip damage. Trying to hold on to that last wound. So we're both sweating because we both want this. I want the meme to win and he wants to beat the meme. And it was so exciting. And this now, so I can build other stuff. How do I build this? Where is this? I feel like this is going to be a lot harder than I had hoped. Make this one very normal looking shape. Is this like a jigsaw puzzle? Not really. It's, if you've ever seen Factorio, it's like Factorio where you have materials that you dig up and produce, and then, you do stuff to it to make an output that you have to dump into this delivery box in the center. It is very minimalistic, but unfortunately requires a lot more brain power than I really have to bring to the table. I really want to speed up this production. These things are not very fast. I should probably do this differently, that each of these is outputting on 2 things. Let's pull this one out. So I can output on 2 things. This is a game that requires a lot of thinking that I'm doing very little thinking for and just yapping instead. Because yapping is really the only thing I'm good for. Actually, speaking of weird crud that happened with the dice in UDS, like, tabletop games in general seem to, like, favor me with dice, but we learned the truth of how dice work when Sam and I played one of the later renditions of UDS, and discovered that if I create a game where rolling low is good, Sam will always win. Because I think the game was working with D6s. And, yeah, apparently, if you tell Sam, roll 1s on D6s, he'll just roll 1s on D6s. Meanwhile, if you tell him to roll anything higher than that, it doesn't work out for him. Truly, he is a master of the wrong kind of RNG. Okay, I'm pretty sure I can fit this. I could bring this under here. I can put these over here somewhere. There just needs to be enough room. For the blue to come through. It was a great time until they changed the rules. Yes, I literally, I changed the rules to favor high rolls. The low rolls were because legitimately I think the game functioned. Okay. Chained extractor. It can forward its resource. Thank you. This was necessary ages ago. But yeah. Yeah. It was designed the way that it was for a reason, because the game worked better like that. But I was like, this seems odd. Sam is winning a tabletop game, so I changed the rules to see what would happen. And lo and behold, Sam starts losing. I'm like, I don't think this logic checks out. I don't think dice are supposed to work like this. But no. No, Sam's just cursed. That's why Sam likes Shadowrun and doesn't like Pathfinder quite as much, because consistently rolling 10 on a d20, not great. And, you know, consistently rolling 5 or 6 on a d6, he's also not great at that. But Shadowrun, he could just have a lot of d6s to make up for the fact that he can't roll a 6. Eventually, it evens. I can speak. I speak English, I swear. I made it go in the wrong direction. What? What's going on? I think that was probably the weirdest version of the weirdest iteration the game ever went through. Just because it was one heck of an experiment on probability and why probability doesn't work on Sam. Less of a game, more of a science experiment. To this day, I'm not sure if the experiment succeeded. I just know that it went weird. Like that joke, it works 100% of the time, half the time. Yeah, and if we play anything on Roll20, I join in on the joke too, because Roll20 in general is the joke. It works 100% of the time, half the time. I hate that program so much. It just does not want people to roll well. That program just wants you to have a bad time, and it annoys me. They're still going really slowly compared to the production. Not true, it wants bears to roll well. There is a reason we all fear bears in Dungeons and Dragons. Because every time a bear appears, something bad happens. Usually a TPK or the end of the game. I could have like freaking 4 combiners coming off of each of these. Like, I have way too much input for the output. Like, I have not calculated any of this. This is just backed up 3 ways to Wednesday. Like, one of these blue lines could be split into, like, 4. I think each of these could split into, like, 4. Like, I have significantly overcomplicated all of this, like... At every stage, there's something that just cuts off, and I just leave it laying there, unfinished, because I didn't need as much production as I prepared for. Which I suppose there's something to be said for having it not needing it, but... There is not enough space for this. Frick, what fell? Oh, I knocked over my water bottle. Please stand. You have a flat bottom for a reason. Believe it or not, designing a tabletop game is not easy. Especially not designing one that is balanced with, like, all of the parts working. Because whenever I think about how difficult it can be to balance a game... What is this? I don't want to think about how I'm gonna make that. Like, when it comes to game design and game balancing, my brain will first go to that game with Sam where rolling low just made him win. But my brain will also go to, Sam, you remember the mech game? A short-lived, like, rules spin-off because I wanted to work out how to make mechs and stuff work. And I realized, and I realized a few things with design during the course of that, like, the speed of a thing matters a lot. And also, you can't make things have both short range and slow movement and still work. Which should be obvious, but sometimes when you're writing the rulebook, you don't realize, like, how something's gonna work out. I made a big, you ran around buildings. Yeah, I was so fast, I was, like, zipping around buildings, and you couldn't stay in range, so you're like, alright, I can't go around the buildings, I'm too much slower than you, so I just go through the buildings. That was a neat game. How it went how it turned out was neat. But it taught me a lot about game design. I need 3 blue lines to go through here, so 1, 2, 3 open space. Okay. These go here. Actually, they need to go down 1 more. Sharks. I think you had a good time with that one. The only thing that was not a good time was I think we both... I know you had some melee vehicles in that one that did not work out well for you. Which was a... I miscounted. Which was a very poorly thought through design point on my end. What the... Okay. Observer hurt. Herb. Observer hurt. The amount of output I can get out of 1 line. Which reminds me, Sam, I need to work out some specific numbers. I think I might... Oh. Why am I tired? I, just got up at, 4. But, I have... This is wrong. My brain's already not working. I have the next version of UDS ready. I just need to work out some numbers and costs. And then I would like to test it. Yeah, suddenly there's a solid stream of these coming out. I really only needed half of this production. Not even half. So many of these go nowhere. I'm just building nonsense. It is a pleasant feeling to know a building is no obstacle for you. Oops, broke a line. And the funniest thing is, the game realistically turned out a lot how BattleTech likes to turn out, and that is something massive and angry chasing after something tiny and irritating. Like, the tiny irritating thing isn't really gonna do that much to you, but at the same time, that doesn't matter. What matters is that the tiny thing is annoying. I think something else that I really realized with, and this was an old lesson that I learned with game design, is that it's not always about does it make sense and is it balanced? It's also about, is it fun? Like, something can realistically just be bad and still be fun. And if it's bad and fun, then it's good. But if it's OP and it's fun, then it's bad. And then if it's not fun for the person on the receiving end, then it's bad. And like, you can say what you want about like, oh, nobody wants to lose, losing ain't fun. I mean, my mind goes back to, I don't remember if Rilo remembers this, but early on in UDS, the special rule to the fusion weapons was that if they successfully damage the target, they insta-kill it. Even if it has, like, a whole bunch of extra health and stuff. That was not fun. It was decidedly not fun. It was a situation of nobody liked that. And with good reason. Like, it wasn't really a satisfying way to take out a dangerous enemy unit. You don't really feel like you've accomplished anything. You just shot a big gun and, oh, it's gone now. And if you're on the receiving end of that, you just had an expensive unit just kind of vanished off the field with little to no fanfare. And even with fusion weapons being just like ridiculously expensive, it was still just not fun. Which goes to show, it can look cool on paper, it can sound cool, it can even be, like, statistically balanced in how the game functions, and still not be enjoyable. Because nobody really wants their stuff exploded. And it's a hard thing to balance. Especially because balance is not always about game balance. It is about fun balance. Which I think some games need to learn a little bit more about, but I'm not gonna name any names. candy. Sorry, I think my allergies are acting up. This game takes way too much, like, brain power. I don't know that I'm gonna, like, play... I don't think I'm gonna play this a whole bunch on stream. I do think... that, I'm going to play... Supermarket Simulator on stream. Which looks like such a dumb game, but it like pokes my like weird like it pokes some weird corner of my brain. Because it's just a game about organizing boxes. Like, no thought, head empty, just organizing boxes. Which is absolutely horrible because I used to do that as a job. But it was actually one of my favorite parts of that job. It's the part of the job that fed the autism. Feed the probable autism. And that way I can focus more on endlessly talking about nothing. As you do. It's actually horrible. Just horribly awful when you have, like, game design experience and you're playing someone else's tabletop game. Like, I love 40k. I love 40k to death. I love BattleTech to death. And, like, lots of other tabletop games. But then, like, you look at, like, little individual bits of design. I've been focusing on, like, trying to perfect this production line, but this entire time, it's like, make this. I've just not been looking at that. Needs, like, 3/4 of a circle, a quarter of a square, and then another circle. Can I find that bottom shape naturally occurring? Right here. You. I just need to turn you. But, just, like, playing someone else's game and just, like, finding little bits of the design that you disagree with. You're like, you know, you could have done this and this would work better or this would run faster. And that is my biggest problem with BattleTech. I love BattleTech and just... One of my friends at the shop put it this way. BattleTech is a game designed by engineers, not game designers. And I agree with him wholeheartedly. I love BattleTech, but gosh darn it, they did not know what they were doing. Needs to be space between these. Oh, I'm gonna hate setting this up. Ooh, it's the funky one. I love this one. I'm sorry for my silence, but this music is funky. But I guess for all of its flaws, BattleTech is still a fairly well-loved game, so it also shows your game does not have to be well-designed to be fun and well-loved. So, score 1 BattleTech, score 0 me. Okay, okay. This drag and drop helps do really quick ones over long distances. So if you're still here, are you gonna be up later on? That you can help me work out numbers for the current thing. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna be streaming this until 1 a.m. I'm probably gonna get off long before then. Because, this game is interesting, but I have a hard time focusing on it. Because this game is... I would actually compare it to, Helldivers in that it is a much more focused game in terms of design. It knows precisely what it wants to do, and it does it. And, that is not good for my unfocused, hole-riddled brain. Okay, now I need circles. Circles. Mm. Like, I do have to say that in terms of game design, I do think BattleTech does do something that's very interesting that I don't really see a lot, in that BattleTech has layered rules. It's actually... BattleTech's supposed to be a tabletop war game, but it feels more like a, Ugh. They come out of the producer gray. I have to dye them white, and white is all of the colors together. This is suffering. But yeah, Battletech is interesting because it has a layered rule set where it has this like core box. It's got the basic rules in it. That's all you need to really play the game. You could just stop there. That's the end of the game. That's everything. You don't need anything else if you don't want anything else. But you don't have to stop there. You can buy the core rulebook, and that adds additional stuff. And then there's just layer after layer. 6, so each of these can feed 2. So there's just always another book that can layer on more rules if you want them. And you can just pick and choose what layers of the rules that you want to play with and what you like doing. Like, Battletech is also interesting because it doesn't care about, like, continuity that much. Like, 40K kind of wants you to play in the current timeline of 40K. Like, when they kill off characters, they're like, this character's no longer got rules. You can't play him anymore. He's no longer fun for you. Like, whereupon they called my poor Commissar Yarick. Alas, poor Yarick. He was. I think that's my biggest point of contention with GW, is just killing Yarick. No, I am not going to get over them. Like, it's one thing if you kill a character. It's another thing if you're like, nope, you can't play this 20-year-old model in the tabletop anymore. It's a cool model, and he's fun to play. I don't need to play 40K in the current timeline. Battletech shows that you can have, like, layers of rules written for different, like, instances in the timeline. I wish I had a model on screen that could wave its hands, because I'm waving my hands like an angry person. All you could see is my PNG angrily flashing. But, like, I was... that's what I was getting at with Battletech, is that Battletech will let you play, like... You could play Battletech in 3052, which is, like, very old in the Battletech line. This is, like, what I yell about RTS, is just, like... Old man yells at cloud. But, like, yeah. I have everything too close together. What is that? Grew old. Back in my day, Battletech only had one time period. That's not true. That was long before my time. I'm pretty sure the Clan Wars came out before I was born. But, like, yeah. you can just play in different time periods. Like, when they add new rules and new units, they're just adding a new time period, and all of the previous rules and the previous units are still just there for you to use if you want to play that time period, or, like, play with, like, old, outdated tech in the current time period. Like, nothing is stopping me from using old models of mechs in current battle tech. It just means that I will be playing swarm tactics. It will be a very different game. Actually, I can probably do that. That frees up space. Do this. Like, you can make a tabletop game flexible without, like, destroying your artistic, like, idea of what you're doing. It just really bothered. And you know, Sam, a bunch of the members of Gaunt's Ghost are dead. You can play Gaunt's Ghosts on the tabletop. You've done it. You use them. Most of those guys are dead, canonically. Frickin' GW. Killing my commissar. Killing my boy. It's because they wanted people to buy Lord Solar Leontius. But I'm like, not my commissar. Not my commissar. I read about that a good chunk of them died in the combat too. If he's good, he'll sell himself. He wasn't good, so they forced the sale. I would really have to, like, look at the timeline of it, but I really feel like they, like, not just killed Yarick, but, like, got rid of his rules to force the sale of Lord Solar Leontius. Like, I feel like that is legit what they did. And it annoys me. Do I blame them? Not entirely. They're a business at the end of the day. But I'm still gonna be mad. Because I am an angry gremlin man. And being mad is what I do. Being mad and loudly yelling about it. The least they could do is be consistent. Which I guess I shouldn't say. I don't want them to remove Gonskos because it's a cool mini. And I do, in fact, also want them to make... There's a lot of currently dead characters I would like them to make. Because I think... I don't know if they would do an Old Tix mini. Like, maybe they would. I accidentally rotated it. Maybe they would make an Old Tix mini. But you can never be sure with GW. Stop. Stop turning. Like, it's a... Lord Solar Leontius is a neat enough model, and I think he's decent on tabletop, but, like... So many of the old ones were well ingrained with people, and they had them, and were also good. Like, Commissary Yarick has had his ups and downs, but he's always been pretty consistently good. And in current rules, the Catachin commander, I think his name's Strachan, is really good. Literally, on tabletop, I watched Strachan, like, fight a group of Chaos Space Marine Raptors and win. And then he died by blowing himself up by firing his plasma pistol on overcharge. Because you don't do that, stupid. I maintain that the majority of people overestimate the usefulness of overcharging plasma. That's a minor game balance thought. How do I want to set this up? This one can turn right here. It's like 1 over and 2 forward. I want to play Helldivers and I want to fight bugs, but I don't want to play the only mission everyone is doing. Is everybody just doing the same thing in Helldivers right now? I don't exactly closely follow what's going on in Helldivers. Not much choice. Every operation has the mission in it. It's a major order thing. Yeah, you can jump in here and explain it if you like. It already sounds annoying. So I'm hoping this is like the last time they did something weird and they quickly realized, this is a bad idea. Trying something new is good. But you should not take away players' choice.
Yeah.
That is bad.
The thing is, it's a story thing where we're setting up barrier planets by using deployed gas that kills Terminids. So you have to defend these silos as they power up and release the gas on the planet, and every operation on these barrier planets that we're setting up have that mission in it. Even like the trivial missions have only that mission.
That just sounds annoying.
It is. Especially because I want to get super samples to finish off. But what's really annoying is it's a defense mission.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Ew.
And the two upgrades I don't have finished are the turret upgrades. So I need more super samples to get those last upgrades, but I can't get them because nobody's doing missions with super samples because every operation has the one mission in it. Because it's a defense mission, it only has common samples. It's also like frustrating to do because you actually have to defend the silos as they power up. Like the bugs will actually attack them. And of course, there's friendly fire. You know, as there is.
So it's like.
Although, supposedly, once we do it, we won't have to do it on these planets again. They'll be Terminid free.
Huh. You have missed me rambling endlessly about game design and then Sam jumping in to complain about an operation they're doing in Helldivers.
Yeah.
A very poorly thought out and unfun operation from the sounds of it.
It's just not for me.
Okay,
I think everybody else is having fun with it.
that's fair then.
Otherwise, I don't see why they'd keep playing it on higher and higher difficulties. It's not like the higher difficulties get you anything besides medals.
It makes me think of Endless Defense in Warframe.
Kinda, but nah.
Well, it makes me think of Endless Defense and, like, something you don't really want to do unless, like, you specifically want, like, something out of it.
Yeah.
If I wanted to defend, I'd play Bloons. I agree. Now I have to paint the circles white. And then combine them with the other shape.
So you have this big thing that you activate by pressing a button. Then you have to go around and defend these silos as they power up. You press a button to start the power-up sequence. And then you need to defend the silo as it powers up. It's decently generous with its health. But, and if it does fail, like it becomes critically unstable, then it just turns off, and you have to start it again. You don't lose the entire mission or anything. So that's nice. They don't, like, just make you fail because you weren't able to defend it the first time.
This sounds like the Payday drill. Except the Payday drill just kind of randomly turned off.
Sorta.
Now I'm gonna be real. I didn't like the Payday drill.
Yeah, I don't particularly like it. technically one of the planets got finished. So there's a non-order planet that's being done now with actual missions in it. Let me check that I'm actually on one. Yeah, we have an eradication mission, geological survey, and evacuation. I don't like those missions, but they're better than the other one in my opinion. Actually, that's not true. I don't like the evacuation mission.
I think evacuation is the only one that I avoid. Like, actively.
Evacuation you can't do on robots. I say that. There's probably some group that managed it.
Well, isn't it the way that it is right now because there are people with, like, overtuned builds that can do it?
I think that there were overtuned builds and they tuned it against those builds, and now it's ridiculous against everything. And, like, maybe barely doable with those builds or something.
This was not the play. This was not the play. As much as I like games like Helldivers being like, just do what you want and do crazy stuff, and if something's overpowered, it's fine. It's cool. We're cool with
have
that.
I actually mentioned to you the recent patch they did?
What patch?
They did a quick little patch. They reduced the spawn rate and specifically spawn spikes of heavily armored enemies in the higher difficulties. So you still have, like, generally same amount of difficulty level enemies, but less of them will be armored. So they didn't, like, lower the difficulty, just made it so you didn't have to have as much armor penetration. And very importantly, the recoilless rifle and the expendable anti-tank can now one-shot chargers if you hit them in the head. Let me tell you, it's pretty great to have the expendable anti-tank, and you just stand there with it ready. The charger charges at you, poof, charger dead. Throw away anti-tank, back to bucks. You know?
That does sound pretty good.
It's pretty good.
I haven't gotten around to using the recoilless rifle. I think I just unlocked it.
It's a pain to reload, but you know, so are all those big weapons.
Oops.
I'm actually preferring the anti-tank because it's got such a low cooldown. You don't really need it that much since you can one-shot the chargers now. It's really nice. Not as great against the Bile Titans. But that's what the rail cannon's for.
Ugh. Okay. Now I need to run stackers. So I need 4 of them. 4 stackers, so each of these needs to split into 4 lines. Yeah, I appreciate games like games that will just let you be ridiculous and have fun with it. But then when you try to balance the entire game around people who have figured out ways to, like, break things, the fun of the game starts to break down. Like, you should absolutely provide something that's gonna be a challenge to those people, but
It needs to specifically respond to those sorts of people.
yeah, it needs to be, like, a choice. Like, Warframe has stuff like that. Like, this is something that is stupid, ridiculous, and uber broken, and you can only do it if you hardcore game the system and do all kinds of crazy shit. Like, this is stuff only for the people who are doing something crazy. Frick. It cares which side it goes into.
I've been listening to your stream and very carefully trying not to watch it, because I know if I watch it, I'll get upset at what you're doing. you and a few other people, like, I'll watch them play a game, and it will make me so upset I'll want to get the game just to do it properly.
I'm like one of the ads.
Yeah.
I'm like those ads for those terrible games.
I wonder how much range this has. Oh, I just need to angle it upwards. Okay, I'm gonna make the shot of the century. 410 meters.
Why is it so wrong? Why is it?
Ooh!
Oh,
I feel great.
I copied the ones that are doing it right. Why is it still wrong?
Did you have faith?
Only faith in the Emperor.
I need to have the
Okay,
faith in the
okay,
heart.
there were just things in the machine. It was backed up, we're fine. Everything's fine. I love that. I love that I can be one of those people that... How far do I need to take? It's all the way over there. One of those people that, you can't watch them play the game because you'll get mad at how stupid they are. I love that for me. I'm gonna clear this. Hopefully, I don't need more circles. And I play... OMG, F those ads so much. Yeah, where they just, like, intentionally play the game really badly, and you're like, how can someone be this dumb? And then you watch me play Factorio, and you're like, oh. Oh, people are actually that dumb. Yeah, I think I need to start, finding games that I don't need to think about to play on stream. Because realistically, I just spend the entire time, like, blabbering. Rather than actually playing the game. Like, I've spent more time, like, randomly scrolling around the screen and yapping than I have actually building anything in this game. Like, I feel like I have not really accomplished a whole lot in the, like, 3 hours I've been playing this game.
More than I expected.
It's because I have little to no inclination to, like, make things work. Or rather, to make things work well. I make something that works enough. I take the true engineer approach. I make something that works good enough, and then I don't touch it, because it'll break.
That's how I do Satisfactory.
I'm sure...
Fire tornado warning? That's what those are?
Fire tornadoes?
Yeah, I was wondering what those weird red lights were. And I noticed at the top it says fire tornado warning, so I guess that's what those are.
I think I miscalculated.
If I look at it too long, I'm like, I wonder how I could make this better. Then I have to look away.
Like, no, 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 don't want to touch this, don't want to touch this.
It's a trap. It'd be especially bad if I actually played the game.
Do not stare too long at Calaris's engineering, because it will stare back.
Real question is, why do I keep watching people like that? You're in the way, you're in the way.
That's a good question.
I hate people taking shields into bug missions because they love to stand just enough in my way with their shield. Like, they're not directly in front of me, but their shield is directly in front of me.
I think this is what I need. I think this is actually the perfect spot.
Have managed to get me to play One-Armed Robber earlier. Do you know that game?
No. I've never even thought about shields eating friendly bullets.
Kind of like Payday, but first person with one arm and a bit more goofy.
.5, 1.2.
I almost want to start an in-game petition to remove all the lights from the bases in this game.
Why?
They're annoyingly, blindingly bright. Especially the ones above terminals. They're so bright you can't see the terminal.
I wonder if that's intentional. Like, I don't...
Terrible working conditions.
I don't...
I mean, you could shoot them out, so, you know. Which I do, pretty much always.
Stop eating the shapes. I need those. Oh. You can now copy and paste parts of your factory. Select an area, hold control, then drag with your mouse, press C to copy it. You need to produce blueprint shapes to afford it. I don't think I want to copy paste parts of this factory. Oh god. I play
you can
this...
copy paste, like, The bits where you make them go underground or something. I don't know. Your factory's pretty much a mess.
Like, there's this little, like, puzzle game that's, like, about drawing roads to connect houses and businesses. I cannot for the life of me remember what the name of it is. But, it just showcases the chaos of how I make stuff work. Like, it's bad. I am very bad at the game. But I really like it because it's just very relaxing. Okay, so half of these need to flip. And then recombine. Up, up, up. And each of those is gonna need at least 2 painters. So we split them again.
What's really great is the units are close up on your face. They take most of the explosion damage from the rocket. Although, you do have to be careful that the dead body doesn't fling you 20 miles into the distance.
The physics in that game are so silly. Nope. I can do this. And then split it when it gets down here. Need to split it in 6 parts. Okay.
Ah, damn. I'm very bad at judging the area for that.
Other direction. Trying to go the wrong direction.
I do want to talk about something later. I have completely forgotten what it was.
I've been working on like what I consider like my finalized version of the UDS tabletop. Not the RPG, the war game. You know, the one that has been in development for too long. Far too long. And I just want to work out certain numbers and stuff. To, like, get the whole thing really working. Because it's really, like, the final part of it, and really, I find usually the hardest part is just, like, getting all of the numbers balanced.
Are you sure that's allowed?
I mean, like, getting the numbers close enough to balanced. Like, making it that, like, everything feels good to use, and you don't look at something and you're like, well, that is clearly wrongly priced, or that is clearly not something I should ever take. Like, I don't want anything to, like, obviously look at something like, I should never take this.
Yeah, that's... I dislike when things are just... Clearly there's no reason to do it. Or clearly you have to do this.
I just... When it comes to game design, the two things I really hate are things that you have to do, even though it's statistically bad to do it. Like, it just requires you to do it arbitrarily. Yeah. And, or stuff that is shown as a choice, but is not a choice.
You can choose to do this, or die and not play the game.
Yeah. That's why I actually always really, like, disliked boots in Smite. As it's one of the smarter game design choices they ever made was just dropping boots, because it's just... Taking boots isn't a choice.
I did alright without taking boots.
David always thought he did well without taking boots.
No, that's not true. You can get away with not taking boots immediately. You got to take boots at some point. Otherwise, you're just spending so long running around the map, getting to the fights, you're not actually participating.
Yeah. People who hyper-optimize. I find that a lot of the, like, hyper-optimizers who are like, you gotta do this, you gotta do this. I'm about to go on a rant. I'm about to go on a rant because this comes down to, RTS meta and learning RTSs as well.
I have a weird... I theoretically like RTSs, but you don't really see me playing them.
RTSs are... I think a lot of what I wanted out of RTSs when I was a kid was that I wanted the colony sim, like, style of game to be a thing.
Yeah, you know, that's kind of what it is. Anytime I want to play, like, an RTS, I end up playing, like, Against the Storm or something like that.
Yeah, these days when I play an RTS, it is very specifically, like, because you want to play, like, a very difficult, like, strategy meta game.
Yeah, I do like StarCraft for that.
Because that is what an RTS is about, is, like, that, like, learning how to be really good and really fast at something. You don't need to be super good to kill bosses. You only need to be super good to speed kill them. Yeah, and I think that's what I was about to go into with RTSs, is like there's this idea in the RTS community that you need to have like this APM and blah blah blah, and you can't play the game until you get this skill up this. No, it's all bullshit, because there are tons of other players playing at your level. There is no baseline to play the game because there are other people playing at your level. As long as the game has new players, there are going to be people playing at your level. You don't need to have like 1,000 APM and you gotta be able to do this and that and the other thing. No, it's all bullshit.
Those people are freaks.
And on top of that, the obsession with APM frustrates me. Like, your people... I want to say something about the people yelling about meta and stuff like that. A lot of the people meta chasing and yelling about meta and screaming that you have to do this way are people for whom the meta has no benefit, because you are not skilled enough for the meta to matter yet. Because here's the thing, the meta is built to get people a tiny edge against other people of equal skill. It is one of those things that people are edging out the competition at the highest level of skilled play. APM is that incremental creep upwards for people who are already better at the game than you can probably ever hope to be, because you probably just won't put in that kind of time. And like, I see so many people who are like, you need this and you gotta play this meta, and I'm like, no! You need to build your core skills. You need to learn, like, what your build order is and what resources you need. You need to learn how to divide your focus. You need to learn all of these different skills. You do not need to, like, when you look at a super high-level play, looking at super high-level play is not how you learn a new game. Because the things they are doing and the things they are teaching are not things you can even do yet, let alone learn from. When you don't understand the core of why they're doing what they're doing, there is a core disconnect that you are not actually learning anything from them. Because, like, you could say you need to get your APM up, but no amount of APM matters if it's not useful APM, like building the correct units or getting your buildings running. Like, I see so many people, like, randomly, I will watch an RTS player, like, randomly clicking an open ground. I'm like, changing the order does not make the unit work better. There is, like, meta play with micromanaging units and making sure they're in the correct place and keeping units from attacking. But that's not what you're doing. You're just grabbing APM for no reason, and it doesn't help.
Look at my stats.
It's like something that I see with management people. There are so many times that I want to go up to management people and I want to tell them,
they just measure the wrong things.
yeah, you're just measuring the wrong stats, because here's the thing. The statistics lies. Like, if you can take, for instance, my statistics teacher always gave me this one. During the summer, ice cream sales increase. You know what also happens during the summer? Crime increases. So obviously, ice cream causes crime. If you just look blankly at data, you could come to any conclusion. Any conclusion you make purely based on data is just an assumption. It has no proof. You need to go look at what's actually going on. APM. It's actions per minute in an RTS. It's like how many times you click and do different stuff. And it's a big thing in RTSs because RTSs are about that kind of meta play and just making different stuff happen. I am in awe of the rant that I have created. Yes, welcome. I'm Kularis. I don't actually play games. I just rant angrily about stuff.
That's what the internet's for, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ranting with games in the background.
If I could teach Scruffy to solo Ice Telos without a way to deal with its beam of death, anybody can do anything. This is true. This is absolutely true. Yeah. APM is actions per minute, and in an RTS, an action is like telling a building to build a unit, or telling a unit to build a building, or telling a unit to go somewhere. And it's a game about, most RTSs are about trying to make a lot of stuff happen all at once, because you tell something to do something and it takes time for that to happen. So while that's happening, you go and do something else. And the people who can make the most stuff happen concurrently tend to be the best. But that's not always the case, especially in like lower level play, is what I'm getting at, is that it's not about like incremental achievements like getting your APM up. It's about like core understanding of the game.
Macro is more important than micro for like 90% of people in play.
Yes.
And
yes.
people just focus on the micro because it looks more impressive.
Yeah. The micro looks really impressive, so you'll see people like click units around, but and it makes people look like they know what they're doing.
It's less important to control 5 units well than it is to make sure you have 200 units to roll over everything.
Yeah, if you can build your economy faster and just outpace the other player, then I can't say no amount, but the amount of like micro skill they would need to outpace you and win against you is just really like ridiculously out there. It's just one of those things that I see a lot of people really focus in on the wrong stuff, because it's so easy to focus on flashy things. Like Sam said, a lot of people will look at APM, and APM looks flashy, and it looks cool, and it seems important.
I'm guilty of it too. I used to think I was terrible at RTSs until I met the one friend that you will ever meet. He pointed out that my macro is actually pretty good, and I should actually just kind of focus on that. I don't need to deal with the like 2 units he's using to kill my 10 units if I just send 100 units at them.
Yeah.
Overwhelming force is the solution.
That's kind of a thing that I...
And you don't need to chase the units around, because if they're busy chasing their units around, they're not watching their base. Just go attack the base.
Yep, there's so many considerations to make, and decision-making in RTSs can be hard. And it's realizing that those decisions are there to be made, and you can make them, and focusing more on those decisions and less on, like, minor stuff that people tell you is important, that really makes for a stronger player. And this applies across all games. For the longest time, like, if you go into any game, you will see people crowing about the game's current meta. And it's like,
a lot of people don't even play the current meta.
A lot of people won't benefit from it. A lot of people are just not playing on a level that the meta matters yet. Like, you can play to the meta if you want, but realistically, you should play the things that you think are cool and the things that you like, and increase your core skill and understanding of the game. Don't ruin your enjoyment of the game to play the game in the way other people are telling you you need to play it. Like, I used to play a lot of MechWarrior Online by myself. And for a short period of time, I actually joined a clan, and they would constantly go on about, like, why do you use this mech? Why do you use that mech? And I'm like, because I like that mech. Because I like playing like this. I'm not going to play a sniper mech when I don't really... Because the meta, at the end of the day, was sniper mechs, because you want to minimize damage to your mech and maximize damage to the enemy mech, and I just didn't enjoy that. I would kit out my Phoenix Hawk with jump jets and lasers, and I would just be in there. And they would crow about the meta to me, but most players weren't good enough to get shots off on me before I closed on them, because if you utilize cover and, like, if you utilize cover and close quickly, they can't do anything about you.
It's this wonderful bubble that can happen where these people that can't actually play to the meta play like they're in the meta, and then you have somebody like you that just walks into the bubble, doesn't play the same way everyone else is playing, and just shatters it.
Yeah, playing to the meta works until someone else refuses to play your game, and you realize that you're not skilled enough to play to the meta. And or the other person is skilled enough to not play to the meta. Because I just liked using fast-moving mechs, and in MechWarrior, a lot of the very short-range weapons deal a lot more damage, but have a much more limited range. I closed a short range with 10 medium lasers. Your mech is dead before you can get off, like, whatever secondary weapons you have on me. Like, I would cockpit heavier mechs with very little issue, because they're like, I'm an LRM boat. LRMs have a minimum range. You can't shoot me. Checkmate. LRMs are cool, but they're not great.
I like lasers.
If you're up against something that you can't shoot with them.
You know, that explains why we did that 1v1 and you were really focused about, like, staying right next to my face.
Yeah.
And then I just got you with lasers as you kept running in front of me, trying to... You were, like, trying to dodge something I wasn't throwing at you.
Yeah, admittedly, it's a mindset that can actually kill you if you're playing against something that doesn't play to that mindset. Because, like, that sort of dodge and weave works great if you're dodging missiles. Doesn't work so great if you're trying to dodge someone else with lasers. If I had been more careful with my maneuvering and had stayed behind you...
Oh yeah, you definitely could have gotten me.
Yeah.
At first I was trying to, like, turn to keep up with you, and then I realized I just need to turn to, like, whatchamacallit, interact... I fucked up. Intercept your pattern. Because you fell into a pattern.
Yeah, that was my mistake. And that's something that I think a lot of heavy mech players in MechWarrior never really lock onto, at least at the level I was playing at, is that...
You know, because they're focused on doing the meta thing of snipe people at long range. Once you get up and close to them, they're just like, why is he here? I want to shoot things far away. Please go away.
Yeah, and they just... They don't really have a good answer for what you're doing. You're up in their face, and they're like, what do I do about this? And I really, like, I enjoy breaking those sorts of barriers and, like, showing people there's other ways to play this game. Because I don't like playing meta. There are very few games where I really like to sit down and learn the meta and play that game. I think the only game that I even came close to was Warcraft. And even Warcraft, it wasn't so much that I was like a hard meta enjoyer. It's just I understood the core of the game well. And I liked gargoyles, and gargoyles were difficult for a lot of players to deal with because they didn't know what you were supposed to do about them. Which is just a whole nother level of play is just like... That's another thing to keep in mind is that at low level play, surprising somebody can be as powerful as anything else. Because at low level play, most of the people you're playing against have not seen everything. So doing something unusual will stop them in their tracks and make them rethink what's going on and what they gotta do. It confuses people. Whereas at high level play, they have seen everything. The meta has evolved the way that it has because all of these people have seen everything, and this is the thing that works the best. And if you try something different, they've already seen it. You might throw them for a loop for a moment because they're like, that's the wrong thing. But I still know how to counter that, and then they're going to counter it. High-level play is a very, very different beast, and just most people just don't fully... Yes, I'm still going. What do you want from me? This is what I do. I rant.
You watch RTS stuff, right?
I watch a lot of Giant Grant games.
Yeah. So you know about cheese. Well, like people like to call it cheese. Specifically, like the early game stuff. Because in StarCraft specifically, sometimes people will just not scout. And they'll just assume the other player is going to, play the game. When actually they're just going to put something right next to your base, and then you have to live with that, and more likely you're going to die with it.
Don't call me out like that.
I did that to you, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. You realized that I just wasn't scouting because here's the thing. StarCraft creates bad habits for me. Because I'm used to Warcraft. In Warcraft, you have to creep.
Yeah.
Like, Warcraft forces you to scout because you have to spend time creeping. StarCraft, you have to scout because you have to scout. And it
You have
just
to know what your opponent is doing.
Throws me off. It's actually something I'm really bad about in Age of Empires as well. It's just, there's this thing that needs to be done that I pretty consistently forget about because I'm just not used to it being necessary.
Is there another RTS that like has like stuff on the map? Like how like Civ has barbarians, RTS.
I can't think of any. Like, most RTSs want you to be concerned about you and the enemy player and aren't really concerned with there being other stuff in play. Garbage.
Completely derailed the conversation. Stratagem Hero is amazing. It's like I actually think the $20 was worth it just for the arcade. Which is dumb. I'll admit it, it's a dumb thing to think. But I don't care, that's what my brain says. I've just been sitting here playing the Stratagem Hero on my ship while talking to you, listening to you rant.
Yeah,
The guard fucked me up.
Yeah, I think part of the reason I'm really bent out of shape about the whole meta thing is because if you pay attention to... I think I was actually on about this earlier. If you pay attention to, like, people who are, like, really high-level players, some of them get really bent out of shape about, matchmaking in games. Because they just apparently want to go up against anybody and everybody. But I maintain that losing matchmaking in games would kill a lot of games. Because...
matchmaking is very important.
Like, not everybody's super worried about winning all the time. But there is this issue where... Because a lot of them say, well, they won't learn if they don't go up against a player who's better than them. True. Well, not completely true, but going up against someone who's better than you does help you learn. The thing is, if you consistently go up against someone who's so much better than you, because there's a point at which someone is so much better than you that you don't know what they did. You don't know why they won. And if you don't understand why they won, you can't improve based on what happened. If you're building off of this like that, like, players can't improve from playing against players whose strategies they don't understand. And if you're consistently going up against, like, players at super high skill levels, you're not going to feel like you're improving. And then that's going to be disappointing to the people who want to improve, and they'll just stop. Because it feels pointless. And that's what these people just don't seem to understand, is like... And on top of that, a lot of players do not play to be, like, meta knowledgeable and, like, super high level play. A lot of people don't play to that. They're not... They're there to play for, like, an hour after work, 3 times a week. It's just something to relax. I don't remember who it was, but I saw some, like, pro FPS player or someone say, like, these people obviously, like, never put any effort into anything in life. No! They just don't put in any effort into this FPS. To them, this is a video game that they play to relax. You don't need to put maximum effort into everything. They're playing this game like this because they want to relax and don't want to put in maximum effort. This may be some huge thing to you that you want to put in maximum effort to everything. Other people want to relax sometimes, honey.
It's... a lot of people just want to play a game. But there are those people that want to play the game.
Yeah, and
you know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's a very different mindset. Oh, these shapes are getting worse. I hate it.
I can tell. I just looked over at the shapes.
I hate it. I could probably rant for hours on, like, game metas and game balancing and game design, because it's just it's the thing that I'm into. I like studying this and I like designing games. And I just see so many people who just don't seem to understand, like, other people have a different perspective on this and play games for different reasons. Like, no doubt some person you've played an FPS against was like someone really successful, who's done something really awesome with their life, and they've put tons of effort into it, but they have put no effort into this game because it's what they play at the end of the day before they go to bed, and they have no intention of putting any effort in because they're done. I mean, the majority of streamers you watch appear to be very bad at games. Now, I don't just look bad at games. I am bad at games, but a lot of them are bad at the games because they're focusing on chatting. This is kind of why I'm taking a liking to, like, doing games like this on stream that I don't really need to, like, hard focus on.
You do a thing, and then the numbers go up.
Yeah, I do a thing and the numbers go up, and then I can focus on talking. Just talking. Especially when there's somebody in chat to talk to. Or somebody sets me off on a tangent and I could just rant for an hour. Because I think this exact rant has been going on for like the last 40 minutes. Like the last time I looked at my clock, it was like 3 hours into this. Now it's like 3 hours, 40 minutes into this. And it is way too hot in this room. The other day, it was winter and it was cold. And now it feels like summer and I'm sweating and I'm mad about it.
I don't like summer. I much prefer winter.
You get warm too easily.
I do. My room also gets warm too easily. Not just me. Let's see.
I think talking about game balancing and the way, like, you interact with Shadowrun also brings up an interesting thing with, like, the psychology of game design.
Shadowrun has an answer. It may be, like, hidden behind 3 locked doors, and then a hidden trapdoor, and then inside of a safe. But the answer's there, I tell you.
Shadowrun explains itself poorly, but it does have a very interesting and well thought out system. Somewhere in there. There's a lot of stuff in Shadowrun that is not well thought out, and it is far from a perfect game. But my thing with Shadowrun is the D6 hit system, and that's not really uncommon with skill-based TTRPGs.
I feel like it's a thing I've been stuck on in my brain. I feel like there's some mix between having a set number of dice for an action, and you get a bonus to those dice from your skill.
Okay, so here's the thing, 40k does that to some degree. Like, so say for instance, you have a... In 40k, you have a set, like, die roll that you're supposed to make. So, like, say this squad has a 4+ ballistic skill, so all of them need to roll... You take, like... Each of them has a shot. So there's 5 guys, each of them has a shot, so you take 5 dice, and you need a 4+. But their weapon has the heavy ability, and they didn't move, so they get a +1 to the shot. So their ballistic skill becomes a 3+. So on those 5 dice, you need to roll 3s. You just set aside the dice that are 3s, and re-roll those for your to wound roll. It is a thing that is done. I think it's a little bit iffy to do it at scale sometimes. Because, like, I think my problem with Pathfinder is how many times any particular thing can go up and down with the bonuses. So I have +23, -3, +1, +5, -2, +1. It's like, I would rather layer abilities that interact with each other rather than layering pluses and minuses. I've seen this brought up in, like, people talking about game design with stuff that can be added to 40k is, like, stuff that can work off of other stuff. Like, this unit has an ability to suck stuff in towards it, and then this unit can do damage in an AoE around it, and you keep it close to that unit that can suck stuff in, like stuff
People
that
love
can
their synergies.
yeah, ways to add abilities that can synergize to create interesting events in the game. And not every game needs to do that kind of thing. Like, at the end of the day, for a lot of its lifetime, most tabletop war games are a beer and pretzels game. You sit down, you move your little men around, you roll some dice to see who they shoot, and then your friend goes, and while your friend's going, you grab a bag of pretzels, you get yourself a beer, and you fill your stomach while you watch him, like, figure out how dead your guys are. But there's also room for games that focus more on interesting gameplay and interactions. Like, it has become more common because there's become an increasing number of, like, smaller scale skirmish games with, like, Frostgrave and Malifaux, with just interesting abilities and interactions and synergies. That's why I like Magic the Gathering so much, is there's so many synergies between different things. There are things you can do by combining this and that and the other thing, and they work together and do something awesome, and you feel proud of yourself because you thought it up. No, some people will just look up the best synergies online and then just do it.
Some people will be
but,
Zach.
but that's disappointing to me, because it's like, well, that might win you the game, but there's no satisfaction in it. Or at least I don't feel there's any satisfaction in that. I like coming up with my plans myself. That's why I'm always a very, like, non-meta player, because I don't like looking up the meta. I like looking at all of the tools in the box and figuring out how I can combine them to do something interesting, and then trying to figure out how to make that interesting thing work. And that's what's really fun for me in Warframe. Like, most of my Warframe stuff is decidedly not very meta. I like Ureli. Ureli's not... I think she's actually better than she used to be. But Ureli is not the meta. And the way I use her is decidedly even less meta. But I found a thing that I think is cool, and it works. And I like looking for ways to, like... I want to tape my screwdriver to my hammer to turn screws faster. Does it work? Maybe? Does it need to? I'm not even playing the game at this point. I should just change it to just chatting. The game is just background noise.
It's pretty visuals.
It is.
Blowing up the big box.
It is cool to watch just, like, this machine working. Built a lot in the top right and, like, nothing in the bottom left.
That map scares me. How far out does it go?
This is the maximum that it'll let me scroll. Oh.
That's so much stuff.
Oh, but it'll still move. That's the maximum zoom out. But it just goes.
Is it like a set thing, or is it a randomly generated thing?
I think it's randomly generated, and I think it's infinite. It just goes. I need more white circles. I don't think I can ever, like, truly tire of talking about, like, games and game design. Like, Rilo can complain about it all he wants.
I don't think he is. I'm fairly certain he wants you to keep doing it.
He said, geez, you're still going. Like,
I think that's a note of impressiveness.
It's impressive how long you
thought
can
you'd run
continue
out
to
of-
babble about the same thing.
Yeah, you thought you would have run out of steam.
I have endless steam. I have it installed on my computer. It just keeps going. Oh no, please keep going.
See? See?
You know what? I can be proud of that. Given that that's the way I interact with streamers, like how I choose my streamers, I like choosing streamers that I think make for really good background noise and who I like listening to them talk. So if I can be good background noise, I'm proud of that. I am proud of that. That pleases me. You can't
I'm
get
not
as
good
mad as
background
I
noise.
get at myself for almost getting one tap several times in a row. I don't think I ever get, like, truly mad, because I'm one of those people that I, like, look at something and I tend to, like... I understand why a person is, like, saying the thing that they say, even if I think they're dumb.
You don't get mad, but you will have outbursts.
I get excited.
Yeah, you get excited.
I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed in you. Like, Milo, what was the first game that I actually just made myself? Because I've been doing this for ages that I was just like, I want a game that does this, and I'm just gonna make it. And I started, like, taking pieces that I had from other tabletop games and just making my own tabletop game. Because I had other stuff that I wrote before UDS. And, like, a lot of that stuff has not stood the test of time like UDS has. Most stuff also has not gone through, like, 3 different editions like UDS has. I started this bossing hour by getting vibe checked for my sign of life. Because ages and ages ago, I never really, like, named any of them. They would always get, like, horribly vague names like The Game, and The Other Game, and The New Game.
Well, it's good not to get emotionally attached to things you're gonna have to kill.
Yeah, generally speaking, they were deeply flawed, but they were fun enough in the moment. And it was a neat thing to have something that you made and you show it to your friends. You're like, I made this. And then your friends play it and you all have fun. And that feels good. And I think these days I spend as much time making games because I am displeased with how somebody else made theirs more than I make a game because I think X game needs to exist. Like a not small amount of my time is spent like homebrewing something stupid. Because I'm just like, I don't like how Battletech did this rule, so I'm going to do my own version of this rule. And then my version works fine. Actually, some of them work great, I want to say. Do they always, like, capture the original vibe the game was going for? Not necessarily. Like, I think a lot of old Battletech players would have a very big issue with how I play Battletech.
That means you're playing the game right.
Shoot. And at the end of the day, it's... I did this. And at the end of the day, it's about what you and your friends are okay with house ruling and what's fun for you and stuff like that. Like, if you like the game rules as is, there's no reason for you to house rule them. Usually, if you house rule something, because you're not quite pleased enough. That's fine. If you... Yeah, jump in the VC. More people to chat, more people to listen to me endlessly ramble. Occasionally add into the conversation.
Okay, I have to mute the stream first. Hold on. So you asked the question right as I started my kill, and it has a lot of health, so it takes me 4.5 minutes to kill the thing right now. That's only gonna get worse. I'm so excited. So you asked the first game I remember you making or something like that, and I can't remember an exact answer for that because most of my memories of games we played as kids were very story driven.
Yeah.
Like, oh god, I so fondly remember the memories of all the Lego games. So fucking fondly. And running around the yard with toy swords. I almost said our original name for it. That would have been a big oopsie. But I remember the hill outside your house. If you remember the name of it.
Oh yeah.
For context, it's our last name. So. I miss that hill. But I specifically remember we were making up some tabletop game. I think we were using the HeroScape pieces. And okay, where did that key press go? Okay, it went in the Twitch chat. I specifically remember we had it based on on Diablo. And you were making it up as you went, I'm pretty sure, but you made up your own skill trees for it. And your character was specifically it was Roman based because you had a skill tree dedicated to formations for your soldiers.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how well you remember that, but I specifically remember the phalanx formation. Or maybe that was the name of it, or I don't know. I'm not the Rome guy. You're the Rome guy.
Do you remember it because it was overpowered, or do you remember it just because like you remember the name?
I thought everything we were doing was overpowered in that.
That's the beauty of making your own game. Everything can be overpowered, and it doesn't matter because everybody is overpowered.
An Amazon ability called Phalanx?
Oh,
But
man, that was
yeah,
good.
I remember my fascination with Rome and like military history and stuff, so it does not surprise me that I had injected like military tactics into a tabletop game. One more thing to add to the list of Colaris's weird fascinations.
Maybe I'm thinking of Diablo 3. Maybe that's a Crusader ability.
Phalanx sounds like a really weird idea for it. A really weird ability for an Amazon to have. So I would believe it.
Shit, were Amazons Greek or Roman?
Greek.
That's the Greek name. What was the Roman name?
Heracles, Hercules.
I'm actually not sure if Romans had a specific name for Amazons, because like the concept of Amazons was a like Greek legend. It was.
I don't think it carried over to the Roman side of things.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff that they stole, but they did not steal everything. And you know what?
But I held back.
Of all the things they didn't steal, that one horrifically makes sense because the Roman Empire was very... not quite sexist, but...
You stole my joke. But you worded it much more politely.
But not
quite sexist.
it was not the
I-
greatest,
I would have said it as a joke. At the end of the day, I don't really care. Freya is my favorite Roman Amazon.
You think the one chatter is gonna cancel you on Twitter?
Joke's on them. I don't have a Twitter.
I'm not worried. I'm already on the VTuber side of Twitter. If I don't get canceled tomorrow, I'll be shocked.
Freya's not gonna be on long for Smite 2.
I dislike mortars.
You and everyone on the receiving end of a guard player.
Jingwei is confirmed for Smite 2.
Really?
And Soul.
Heck yeah!
At least they're giving me Kernanos and Chalk. I can work with Kernanos and Chalk. Confirmed
What
we
about
have...
Kurdanos? What's going on?
So confirmed we have on her Anubis, Bellona, Bacchus, Kernanos, Chalk.
Are we talking about Smite 2?
If you guys could figure out who I have to bribe to take Kukulkan off this list, that'd be great. Loki, Odin, Ymir, Danzaburo, Hercules, Izanami. Surprised they're going with Izanami.
That is an interesting choice.
Nuwa, Pele, Fenrir. Fenrir makes sense. A number of these make sense. Jingwei, Sol, Yamoja? I think that's her name. King Arthur makes sense. Puyi.
Or Yi?
Oh, ye.
Do they also have Chunga?
Yeah, without Chunga.
I
Morrigan.
like those two.
Okay, I really need to know who I have to bribe to keep Neath off this list. Just remove her, please.
I would like to get rid of Neath too. I don't like.
If they remove Neath and Kukulkan, I'll buy gems. I'm not bluffing.
Remove Nathan Kukulkan, he'll buy gems. You hear this? You hear this, Smite?
Susanoo, Zeus, Thanatos, Ares, Nox, oh god, they're giving me Mulan too. Hades and Aphrodite. Listen, I will take Chalk. Or not Chalk, Tyr. You can keep Tyr if you get rid of Neath and Kukulkan. I hate them so much. And it's not because I hate playing against them, although I do. Okay, yeah, I do hate playing against them. But I hate the people who play them.
You still have the mental scars from that.
Oh boy, I'm so excited to watch this little fucking dragon sit under tower for the next 30 minutes.
I cast one ability. The wave is gone. I'm just gonna sit over here where you can't hurt me. That's the reason I was one of your favorite tanks. It's because I would go under the tower. I would tank those tower shots. Let's go kill them.
Were you playing when they added Emperor's Armor?
Adding when they added what?
Emperor's Armor. That slows the attack rate of enemy towers and buffs your own.
Maybe? I don't know. It sounds familiar. I've managed to remove most of the items from my brain.
Yeah, you may as well, because most of them are like completely changed at this point.
Yep.
I want to keep pushing in rage, but how late do I actually want to stay up?
It is late for you, isn't it?
A little bit. We're getting there. I don't think I really want to push past 11, because till I get ready for bed, it'll be really late. But you know, if we get late enough, I'll skip the stare at my phone for a half hour watching YouTube shorts. And just get right to the sleep part, and that's probably for the better.
I don't really need to spend time like that's the worst part of my day, is the part of my day where I click onto a YouTube short and now I have consigned 30 minutes to it. I will click on one pirate software short and, you know,
And then you're lost.
Yep. It's gone. Like the breeze.
On the same hand, I wanna push in rage. I wanna hit the 2K mark. I don't know if I'm gonna go all the way up to the cap at 4K. I don't know if I can even do it. I don't know if I have the skills, but I can do 2K. I just want to get there. Getting there takes forever. And then I will have a cool title.
Noise. Yeah, we have a long history of...
Sam, I heard you mention a stratagem hero earlier. Did you mention what I did to stratagem hero?
No, I didn't mention your score. I should have sent the screenshot to him.
Round 35, the score was 31,427. I think I can do the 99999.
Yeah, all you need to do is not choke.
It's an endurance test, and I'm bad at endurance tests. That's why I don't think I can do the 4K Ice Telos.
Why is everything so bright?
Because they want you to suffer.
For some reason, I'm like sitting in one of the egg nests and just.
Speaking of,
it just
of
kept
bright,
getting brighter.
There is a dark mode for the game if you prefer dark mode.
Oh, frack. There's a dark mode for
For shapes,
game?
yeah. Took me a long time to
Oh,
find
for
it.
shapes.
For shapes. Not for Helldivers.
So, say for Helldivers. So you telling me I could turn off all the lights? I would happily turn off all the lights.
Me too.
I hit a 400-meter shot with a expendable
Oh,
anti-tank
that is
earlier.
so nice. My eyes no longer hurt. I got an achievement for that.
For turning it to dark mode.
I
This
played
game
for
has
so
few
long.
expectations of you as a human being.
I played for so long on the light mode that it took me a bit to get used to dark mode.
This is very satisfying to look at, though. Just seeing all this stuff flow in.
Yeah, if you decide to like go big on anything, go big on the blueprint shapes. I know it's not your style for copy and pasting, but trust me, you want to have them. Because there is a point where the trickle doesn't cut it anymore. Do I really want to say that? Or there's a point where you have so much downtime, you may as well just, ooh, I unlocked a new region. What was I saying?
There's a
Something.
point where the trickle doesn't cut it anymore.
Yeah.
But what you actually mean is a
I just
point
don't-
where you just might as well.
Yeah, it's more. If you leave it on the trickle, it'll take so long to finish. You might as well expand anyway. But I don't think you're quite there yet.
It'll take so long to finish. I'll just leave it running overnight. That's what I did to Satisfactory. That's why I have so many hours in it.
Wouldn't do it overnight, but I would like leave it running while doing other things. Oxhead and Horseface. Crew lost on a mission and returned from beyond to serve you in death. I thought I was just running a simple port, but okay.
Yeah, I've just... I've never really thought about it, but I've spent so much time, like...
I really dislike hunters and their just extreme prevalence.
They're annoying. I've spent so
I
much
think there's more of them
time
now.
on, like, game design, and I never really thought about it that extensively. Like, for instance, a lot of my skill with Warcraft 3 came down to the fact that I just had so much meta knowledge of how the game functions. It was less core skill of how to play the game and more meta skill of knowing the design ethos behind the game. And that, strangely enough, did more for me than, like, actually learning to play the game ever did.
I feel like with Warcraft 3, the game is well built enough that there are a lot of very viable strategies.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But it also depends, a lot of things just depend on what your opponent is doing and having to counteract that. But I also have no idea what I'm talking about because I am not an RTS player, never will be.
This is more or less the thing with any RTS is you can have your, like, thing that you want to do,
reinforcements.
but situation always demands that you build to counteract who you're going up against. And, like, Like, there are, like, kind of 3 core strategies in any RTS. Is the, like, build econ.
Money, money, money. Number go up.
Build defenses, and build military.
Economy. To advance the economy. All for the economy.
If someone is hard focusing eco, you need scouting to determine that they're hard focusing their eco to know that you should attack them. You should build your military and you should attack them. Because they don't have the defenses to stop you, and if you tear down their economy, all of that time and energy they put into that is wasted. If they're building defenses, ignore them. Just build up your economy because they're not going to stop you. They're just inward focusing. And if they're building a military, either build defenses or build your own military. Preferentially, build your own military because your military can stop them, and then also you can turn it around to attack them if, you manage to stop them. And it's all about knowing what they're trying to do and working against that, but also still while working your own core plan. Because you still want to have your thing that you're doing and that you're planning on maintaining. You're just doing that in addition to all of that.
I just think they're neat.
I just think they're neat.
I have honestly have zero interest in playing any RTS that is in Warcraft 3.
That's understandable.
I just think the hero system is just like such a unique mechanic that I enjoy a lot. I like what it brings to that, and the creeping system that comes along with it. I enjoy the depth that brings.
Very.
But that said, why I think the game is magical was seeing Grubby almost lose to a tower rush, and then turning the game around because it switched to nighttime and the guy's towers lost sight of his buildings. And that gave him enough to work with to turn the entire game around and win.
It's
And just the fact that could happen is fantastic.
Yeah, little mechanics like that can make a big difference. Like, a new player might not consider, like, just how much that mechanic can matter. And then it comes up at some point and you're like, oh, this does matter. Because every mechanic can matter if you make it matter. It's just a matter of making it work.
A wise man once told me, give up early and easily. Try for nothing. I don't think it's applicable here, but... I just like the give up early and easily part. Have any jazz pages?
You just like memeing.
I do.
I'm about to kill my entire
That's
team.
why my editing style is already committed fully to just a shitpost style.
Finally.
I never told you my video idea.
No, you didn't.
I'm gonna make a tier list of RuneScape bosses based on if I could beat them in a boxing fight. But it's not gonna take itself seriously at all. Giant purple dinosaur infused with shadow energy that's toxic to normal mortal life. His tiny dinosaur hands. I clap, no diff. Like, that's gonna be the vibe of the whole thing.
Oh my god. You're gonna be Tierzu 2.0.
I don't think I could beat Tirzu. But he gave goats a good rank, so I will put respect on the name.
He did give goats a good rank.
Goats are busted.
They are.
Oh, OP, please nerf.
Where's the charger? I saw the charger. Yeah, it's going after somebody else. Therefore, it's not my problem.
I just...
No, I guess they're not busted. They're balanced by their heavy negative modifiers to intelligence.
Are you sure it's not wisdom?
No, they have bonus wisdom. They're very cunning. They're just stupid. They are very cunning, but they are absolutely stupid. The example I always use for this. We kept bales of hay in the barn. And then we had this like small like little square link fence that we put across that section of the barn to keep them out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And almost every day that I'd come in to check the goats, there would be a goat with his head stuck in the fence because it's big enough for them to get their heads through, and then with their horns they can't get their heads back out.
Of course.
So they're stupid enough to every night they get their head stuck in there trying to get at the hay. So how are they cunning? Well, they're stuck on the inside of the fence.
What do you mean?
They are stuck on the hay bale side of the fence.
Like their head is poking.
They got in. They got stuck getting back out.
Task
I don't know how they
failed
did it.
successfully.
I don't know how they did it. And they fight you every step of the way trying to get them back out. They don't like you touching them. Unless they were bottle babies. In which case they're extremely friendly. But I think even they didn't really like you like wrangling their head around. But eventually, some of them I had to do it so often that they got used to the procedure and stopped fighting me.
It's like, do your worst, human. You cannot break my spirit.
And we can't forget my classic picture. I know I have it saved somewhere. Of you bite the hay bites back. Do you remember that picture?
I don't think so.
Would you like me to tell you the story?
Yes.
So I came into work. I was covering the farm for our rancher. And I'm laying hay bales out, I'm giving them corn and stuff. And we had these quote unquote feeders that were outside. Now I use quote unquote because these feeders weren't like actual hay feeders. They were old pieces of mine conveyor. Like of the frame. Like the frame itself. And they worked fine for putting hay on top of for the goats to eat. And I'm walking through and I routinely would check underneath them to make sure there wasn't a goat underneath them because they could get under and then the other goats be picking at it, it'll like fall down on them. So the previous day I had checked underneath it before I left. So this happened overnight. But I'm like, I swear to God that hay is moving. Because at this point like they had brought a whole bunch of the hay out that it was like covering that I couldn't see underneath. It was covering the gap. I'm like, I swear to God that hay is moving. I'm like trying to dig around with my hands, and there was enough hay that I couldn't like get anywhere. So I brought the pitchfork over, but I didn't like go in with the pitchfork because I had a feeling of what I would see. And lo and behold, I found a goat that had crawled underneath, and the hay was like brought down upon them. And she was just vibing. She didn't mind. So I have a picture of all this hay, and then the goat's head is just sticking out.
This is my hay.
It took me a while to get her out from there, I'll tell you what. It took a while to get enough hay out of the way.
You mean there's another one?
spending so much money on supplies, and I'm like not making money back with this enrage pushing. Those are cheap. Are scrolls cheap? So at some point I'm gonna need those.
I really just like being the distraction in Helldivers, which is weird because I love doing it in pretty much every other game.
I am gonna stock up on those while they're cheap.
I think the thing with RTSs is that a lot of RTSs build around the core idea rather than doing something weird.
Oh, I just spent a
Need
lot
more
of
niche
money.
RTSs.
But there are a decent number of RTSs that do something weird. It's just not as common because it's not what the majority of RTS players really want, I think.
Yeah, for me, part of it is I grew up with Warcraft 3. I'm biased toward it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But I'm biased toward it while also not really being a RTS player. I don't have the mindset for that. I just don't.
Yeah, sometimes you play a game when you're young and you're like, this is neat and this is fun and you have nostalgia towards it, but it's you realize later in life this is not your style of game.
I could do similar APMs in RuneScape, but the thing is, I think a lot of my APMs are me spamming the button before an ability goes off, just because the game's a little janky. We're going for another hour.
Yeah, it just takes a certain
maybe
kind
not
of
the full
mindset
hour, but-
that sometimes you just don't have. Sometimes you just don't have the mindset to do that.
Yeah, I don't have much interest in playing competitive games. Like I'll play Apex,
Oh no!
but I prefer just like playing competitive games with friends and pissing each other off.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
For
for
the
some reason,
most
you
part-
guys keep 1v1ing me.
I don't know why.
I don't
always
know
just
why.
kind of get my head smashed into the table, and then I wonder
You win
how I lost.
sometimes. You win sometimes.
In very specific use cases.
Oh my gosh.
Go on you into Bologna. Not the best matchup. I learned a lot. Doesn't help that I maybe could have snowballed to a win with that if I didn't spend the first half of the match memeing with the random build generator.
Yeah.
But I wanted you to have fun. And the best way to do that was to nerf myself.
Yeah, that's one of those cases where I do have fun, but it can be hard sometimes just because I feel like you're so beyond me in terms of skill that I'm not really sure what I need to do different. And, like, I don't play that game enough to really, like, actually catch up. Like, I could probably learn it, but I just don't have the wherewithal to do it.
And at this point, why would we, like, any of us want to? I just like the concept of 1v1ing, and I enjoy Smite's mechanics.
Are you like having a
I
thing
just
you can actually do when you say 1v1 me?
I do love doing 1v1s when I'm drinking. One of my all-time favorite things to do. It's my favorite drunk game. I'm surprised I'm doing
Remember,
this
if you're
while
out of grenades,
holding
you
a
can always use a
conversation.
charger to close buckholes.
I never
True
understood
test of
how streamers can like do this high-end bossing while maintaining a string of words.
As someone who's
But-
been attempting to like focus on games while also doing stuff, it's
Most of what I say are
not
just my normal
easy.
pop-offs. Which is fine and dandy, but...
I think it's a thing of like you slowly get used to just saying stuff without thinking.
Brain supply words. You don't need to worry about it.
And like a lot of
That was a mistake.
like sometimes I watch a little bit of Josh Shapez, and a lot of times when he like focuses in on a topic and really talks about it, he kind of stops actively playing the game. He's focused on what he's saying, but he's also a very active speaker.
I love how he used that to make up his own unique rule set for playing RuneScape, where it's have other people do everything for me.
Why?
Basically, like, he'd play RuneScape, but he basically have people watching the stream to use the the follow mechanic. So, like, you can right-click follow people in RuneScape, and your character will just follow them. So he'd use that to have people taxi him everywhere. Man's a fucking genius.
A phenomenal member of humanity.
He's just Henry Cavill if acting never worked out. He's gonna get a collab with Henry Cavill at some point. I'm calling it now.
That would be awesome for him.
They're pretty much the same person.
I wonder if I'm the host.
Except Josh played Neverwinter, and I'm pretty sure Henry played WoW. And a little bit of a voice crack there. Ooh. It's almost a little sketchy.
WoW is such a weird piece of history for me. Because it's one of those
Oh, it's
games that, like, I played it, and when I played it, I liked it. But it's because I not really, like, played anything like it before. And I didn't really have anything to compare it to. It's one of those games that you play a lot when you're young, and then you realize later, you know, I didn't really like this game. World of Warcraft was my, like... Because I've tried to go back to it so many times. Like, I'll go back, I'll try to pick up my level 60-something priest again, and I'm just like, this is not fun. Why
I
did
have no
I spend so
recollection of
much
this
time?
place.
I don't comprehend how I thought this was fun.
Get the fucking thing.
And, like, I understand why people enjoy it. Because I've played it enough to, like, get it. I get it. But,
I don't know, people still play it,
oh yeah.
even through the poopy times.
And I do occasionally wonder how much of that is,
Have you watched the new, like, the cinematic for, like, the next expansion?
no...
So, I'm gonna tell you should watch it, but not for, like, the story or anything, but just to look at how fucking good it looks.
Presentation.
I don't understand why that's the one thing Blizzard just can't miss on.
They do really good presentation.
It's probably the one person who worked on Warcraft that they haven't fired yet.
You mean Pirate Software's dad?
Probably. Probably. It's probably
my
him.
god, that
He's
was
probably
super
the
close.
guy there single-handedly pumping out all these awesome cinematics.
Oh my god, my life flashed before my eyes. Now my life literally did flash before my eyes. I'm choking!
WoW is just the thing that I like. I still like Warcraft enough that I try not to pay attention to WoW because
Oh, words don't describe how bad I'm choking right now. I'm sorry.
I don't like the story beats in WoW.
I didn't
like,
mind
what
it up
they do with
until
characters.
Sylvanas just ruined everything.
Like, I don't pay, like, super good attention, admittedly. But, like, one of the points of contention for me, because, like, Sam will tell you about this. I don't like time travel. The moment there was, like, time shenanigans, I was like, no. No, you've lost me.
I'm with you on that.
You're like, I'm like...
Time travel works comedically.
But honestly, the whole,
No,
like, battle for Azeroth and Sylvanas being bad, they butchered her character, and it annoys me. I can see Sylvanas going bad, just not the way they portrayed it. She has all the makings of a character turning evil. But yeah, it felt so unrealistic the way they portrayed it.
It just bothers me.
And then joke's on you, she was doing it for power the whole time. Like, I don't think that's her, guys. But don't worry, she learned her lesson at the end.
It just never felt right to me. It was like not my Sylvanas. It also bothered me.
She should have died killing Arthas. I think that would have been the best place to leave her.
Yeah, there's so much that like bothered me with like character changes, new characters they brought in, characters that I felt were underutilized.
Garrosh did nothing wrong.
I did not like Garrosh. Like I'm just one of those cranky old men.
My favorite part about Garrosh's story is that Thrall decided to make him war chief. Everybody told him he wasn't ready. Garrosh told him he wasn't ready. And he did it anyway. And plot twist, he wasn't ready. And then you know, it's like the whole like Garrosh's death, it's like you made me what I am, and it's like no, you chose this path. Like no, you you have some faults here, Thrall. Some of this is your fault.
It's one of those things that it feels like somewhere
it's not all Thrall's fault, but
yeah. Somewhere along the way, it feels like they lost a lot of like good character writers.
Can we also talk about the fact that you know, Garrosh died doing a Makara with Thrall, and Thrall fucking cheated. He used his shaman powers, which you can't use during a Makara. Am I remembering that right?
I think so.
Is that what it's called?
I don't pay like super strong attention.
But no matter what, Thrall cheated. As much as I love Thrall and feel he can like basically do no wrong, you cheated. It's better that you cheated because the alternative was, you know, dying like I just did. Holy shit.
Oh, it's not an amount it wants. It wants an amount per second. It wants 8 watermelons a second.
Oh.
It's gonna make me work for it. How dare you, game?
Yeah, Makara.
Can't just let it trickle forever. Makara.
Yeah, Thrall didn't deserve any of the shit that he just put up with. I'm glad he's coming
Right.
back into the story, though. Also, I would like to point out, does the Horde have a war chief yet?
I think the biggest thing that really bothers me is it kind of consistently feels like all of the bad shit going on is always focused on the Horde, and like they're always trying to make the Horde the bad guys. And it annoys me.
Okay, so the Horde is now led by the Horde Council, so I guess they're doing the democratic approach.
War chief.
Listen, elect somebody to be like the like captain of the council. Call them the war chief, because the Horde deserves a war chief. It's just it's tradition at this point.
I agree with that.
And it should be Bane. But God, Karen got done dirty.
I'll be back.
And you know, all these jokes about bad writing, it's still not the worst writing I've ever seen.
That's true. That's true. It's just
Remember, she kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet. She kind of forgot about the opposing faction's entire navy. Who managed to land a 1 in a million shot like it was nothing, and then proceeded to, you know, completely whiff every single shot after that. At a target running straight at you.
it's just one of those things of like the iffy writing bothers me because it's a thing that I historically liked, and I've seen how it can be better, and seeing it just kind of degrade annoys me. And I guess at the end of the day, it's one of those things where the people who made the thing that I like don't work there anymore.
These, like, you know, these big shots at, like, you know, like movie and TV studios that are like making the big push for AI so they don't have to like pay writers and shit. I just want them to know, if you try to use AI to do the creative work for you, you just wind up with everything being Game of Thrones Season 8.
Yeah, and then you make no money instead of limited money.
That's the AI quality writing.
Business goes under. There were people pointing at that new Disney movie Wish, like, was this made by AI? It feels like it was written by AI, because it just feels dumb and poorly written. So, AI is a really cool technology, but I think it's like statistics in that it's a neat tool, but you need to use it in a certain way. It can't just do everything for you. There's too many people in, like, positions of authority who, like, see this tool and they're like, that can do everything. We're like, no, it can't. Like, every engineer is like, no, it can't. They're like, do it. And we're like,
Or you're fired.
okay. And somehow they never notice that, like, they start pushing numbers around on a board and their profits go down, but they see all these numbers on these pieces of paper going up, so it can't possibly be their fault or the fault of their statistics or all these numbers that the business is going poorly. It must just be a problem with, you know, sales right now or something. Like, they look for all of these excuses because they want to take the easy way out.
Damn it.
AI can... a suggestion that I've seen a lot is that AI can make a baseline. AI can, like, generate a vague idea and be, like, an idea box. It creates a vague template, and you can be like, all right, now put writers on this and have them make something out of it. It can speed things up. It cannot do it for you. And that's the same with statistics. Statistics, you need to know that there's a problem and have a vague idea of where it is, and then you look at the numbers, and they can pinpoint where the problem is. You cannot look at a box of numbers and make a problem out of it. You're just making assumptions. it's like I see people like, all right, we need your team to bring more people to the meetings. Why? Why is it more useful to have these people in the meetings, sitting here for 30 minutes, interrupting their work time, and not contributing to work than it is? Why do you need them to do this? You don't. Have the manager go to the meeting, take notes at the meeting, and then send out a condensed email to everyone with the information that they need to do their jobs, because the manager knows what the people under them need in order to do their jobs. And then they can provide that information. But no, the upper management is like, we need this many people at the meeting because we need this meeting statistic. And it's like, that contributes nothing to your business.
I wouldn't last long in a job like that. That's why I'm glad I don't do that.
7 more people at your meeting
Because
will not make you more money.
Because the next thing out of my mouth is, what the fuck is a meeting statistic?
Exactly. It makes no sense. And I would tell people that. Like, I have enough, like, math and statistics courses that I would be telling people, your numbers don't add up. Honey, this is not how numbers work. These numbers don't do anything. Like, you could put this paper on the wall. The wall does not care about your numbers. It's not gonna move for you. Numbers alone cannot, like, make stuff work. You need to actually put the effort in and, like, figure out what the numbers mean and how you can change things to make them go up. Just, like, pushing pawns around to, like, make numbers on a piece of paper go up is not going to help your business. It's just lazy. It makes you feel like you're doing your job. It's just executives who want to feel like they're doing something, and instead they're just running their business into the ground. If engineers ruled the world...
You know why I like the guy who owns my company?
Why?
I don't even know what the fuck he looks like, dude.
It's funny to me.
Never had to talk to him or anything.
That is a ringing endorsement.
Yeah, he doesn't fuck around. The people he hires to run the company for him, I hate their guts. But him, you know, he sealed my my respect when I had the job offer from the place that you work at.
Yeah.
And you know, my supervisor was like, you know, fighting, trying to, like, you know, get me to stay. He asked several times I don't know if it was the president or the vice president. I think it was vice president of the company. You know, can I try and offer him a raise to get him to stay? And you know what my supervisor got told?
What?
We don't give raises to keep people. Now, respect to my supervisor, you know, I have problems with problems with working with him, but I respect him. And he's, you know, working with him isn't, like, all bad. He's just a micromanager, and it annoys me.
Yeah.
Because he's a micromanager, but he's not an equipment operator. And I'm like, don't try and micromanage me when you don't really know how to do my job. You know, just tell me what you want done, and I'll get it done. So he managed to get the guy who owns the company to you know, have a lunch meeting with him. Asked the owner of the company if he could give me a raise. Owner of the company was like, yeah, sure. Go right ahead. It's no problem. It was... I don't know if my mic will pick up the finger snap, but I like that. I think I got like a $3 raise out of that. And realistically, if I had taken the job at your place, it wouldn't have taken me long to be making that same amount. And I'm making like $2 more than I was at that point, I think. So I think if I had taken the job at your place, I'd probably be making roughly the same amount. And it bothers me that I don't know if I would have enjoyed it more or not, you know?
Yeah.
But my supervisor retires probably in June is the date he's giving, and that's when his kid is, like, actually supposed to take over. And what's going to happen then? That's when the fireworks might start, you know. Do you want to hear about that raw stupidity? Would I give away any personal information by describing how dumb he is?
I think
Okay.
I'm actually. I think I'm actually gonna kill stream anyway. It's getting a little late
Going
for
for almost
you,
5
and
hours.
I'm super done with this game. I think.
If this is how your streams are gonna be, you just need something like making a bunch of colors on the screen. just have a kaleidoscope going.
Like legitimately, a lot of my streams are after this point are probably gonna be like Dwarf Fortress and Stellaris, just stuff I don't really need to think about.
Once you have a stream off, I'll tell you about this shit.
Mr. Hubble is still here. Have a good night. You are always
Bye,
lovely to
Hubble.
chat to.